that they'll blow this one too. Although, 3-3, I don't know if that's necessarily a blown game, as it just the Mets suck.
Well, at least they have a low payroll.
Yeah, not paying anyone anything. Yeah, they're not good.
Oh wait,
and they're expensive.
Don't they have the highest payroll? Or is that the Yankees?
They had the highest payroll last year. I don't know how much of that because they
No, it's probably the Dodgers.
I'm assuming it's the Dodgers now with the Ohtani deal. But the Mets are paying a lot of people to not play for them, so
including Bobby Bonilla.
Yeah,
which is wild. No, that's the Mets.
Yeah, still the Mets, huh?
You guys have a $305 million payroll.
Yeah,
which is not serving you so well.
No.
Yankees 303, Dodgers only 249. Bargain shopping Dodgers.
See, the problem with that is
a distant third.
The Yankees are really expensive, and the Dodgers are really expensive. The problem is they're both good.
Yeah. And then the Phillies are after that, and they're good.
And the Mets are not. Why do
you guys suck? What's going on?
Well, where would you
Let's
like
dissect
where would you like me to start? Because we can go through all kinds of things.
Well, what's the main thing? Let's play New York sports radio today. You want to take calls?
They're very angry out there in Flushing Meadows.
I bet you the hosts. Now, I don't know. Does all New York sports radio cover all the New York teams? Or are they like always Yankees and ignore the Mets?
I'm guessing that the Yankees by far get the most. But I don't know, like normally if it bleeds, it leads, right? And the Yankees are really good.
Yeah.
So how much of that is like, do you praise the Yankees and talk about how great they are? Like, oh my God, Roger Clemens is in his box. Do you talk about that, or do you talk about how crappy the Mets are? I mean, I don't know.
I think you got to take calls from Angry Mets guy.
You piece of garbage.
It's an easy show.
So it's, take your pick. So
I would just like to point out my Royals are twice as good as the Mets.
Twice, huh?
Well, yeah. And their payroll is $115 million.
That's depressing.
Yeah, like we have a third of your payroll.
Yeah. And,
and we're twice as good.
We've both been equally crappy over the years, except for a handful of seasons, and you beat us in the World Series.
I know, right?
So.
Like the one time we're both good, and we meet in the World Series, and you guys blew that too.
Yeah, yeah. And had a lead, by the way, I'd like to point out.
Every game.
In every single game.
Do you remember that Alex Gordon home run to dead center?
I do remember that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I've never jumped so high in my life.
That's great. That's wonderful. Mm-hmm.
And I can jump high,
Yeah.
As you well know.
I mean, before the knee injury, though. I mean, come on.
Hey, why did the Cheers start playing?
I don't know.
Moments ago.
What was that?
What was going on
there?
There's
a little button misfire there.
Oh, just a little.
Well, but wait, if you hit a wrong button and Cheers plays, is that really a wrong button? Like, that's great.
No, that it's a happy accident for sure, but it was not intentional.
Why was the Cheers theme in there?
Because it's actually a Danny and Dusty Open, and that button was next to where our SportsCenter update bed is, and I got them switched. So there's a little button with open rotators and our now we're getting into radio
stuff. I'm not
going to
lie. I, as a listener, wanted to start singing along to Cheers.
Yeah, it is a great song.
Like, you start hearing that piano, and you're like, well, I don't want Buck SportsCenter. I want to hear Cheers now.
Well, and that's a whole song, too. It's not just like, we get the part that was the Cheers theme, but it goes on. There's like 2 more verses. It's a great tune.
Making the way...
Making your way.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got.
Right in the butt.
Oh, that's not part of it.
I haven't heard that. No, that's a whole different Cheers. It's a separate. That's the Cheers parody. That's what that is. So
well.
Although, you know what?
Yes.
From the depressing part of the Mets to this will make me feel a lot better about the Mets.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got.
Yeah, baby.
Taking a break from all your worries.
What a great song. So this was a real song, not just a TV theme song?
Yeah, there's multiple verses
This
to
was
it.
a real song. I don't know if it was specifically written for Cheers or if they found it and inserted it. Like
if you don't know the other verses, let me pull up the lyrics. Yeah. They're wild.
I want to hear them.
Yeah,
does it get nasty?
No, but it
just gets weird.
Your life gets more sideways.
Yeah, like this is a person who's having a rough time and they just need a friend. Yeah. Their problems get worse as the verses go on.
Yeah, there's the wife, and the wife leaves, right? Something happens to the dog, if I remember correctly.
What?
Oh, yeah. Here's more.
Well, no, we only have the
we only have
first
that.
verse.
Rat farts.
Well, then are we gonna what?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the lyrics right now.
Oh.
I'm trying to find.
Are you gonna read them to? Are they gonna be dictated to us?
They'll be dictated. They will not be.
Can you do like a dramatic reading though? Like put some emotion behind it or something? You know, I don't want you to just be like, there you go. Something like that.
Let's see. Where's okay? All those nights when you've got no lights, the check is in the mail, and your little angel hung the cat up by its tail, and your third fiance didn't show.
Whoa.
So that's the first one.
It wasn't the dog, it was the cat. Yeah.
So who? So the kid
The little rat bastard kid hung the cat up.
dead
by its
Like,
tail.
by its-
I don't
By its
know.
tail. I don't know. Just
I imagine maybe like I don't know, tied it to the fan
torturing
or
the
something.
cat, and then you're a lonely sack of you know what, and then your fiance just
Third one.
Third one. It's like deuces. I'm out.
Okay, and then it gets better. Roll out of bed, Mr. Coffee's dead. The morning's looking bright. And your shrink ran off to Europe and didn't even write. And your husband wants to be a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name.
Your husband wants to be a girl.
Although in
Yes.
today's terms, you can't say
Well,
that because you'd have
my.
to support and be like, well, he wants to be a girl.
Hey,
and
that's
then,
fine.
Yeah, it's fine, and it's
Wait,
2024.
So this is a woman from a woman's perspective.
I think it's just from a crappy life perspective.
Yeah, I think it's from an anyone
Yeah. The
perspective.
whole point is everyone is welcome at Cheers, and no matter who you are, male, female, they, them, cis, whatever, your life sucks.
Yeah.
Come get drunk.
It's actually
Alcohol is the answer.
It's a really good ad for bars.
Yeah, pretty much.
You
Well,
know,
it is.
drown your sorrows.
Yeah.
Cope.
And you know what? Like bars can be one of two ways. Like I've been that before, like where you're a little sad, you go to a bar, great vibe, you're feeling good, sit down, you don't have anyone else around you, and you can just get in there in that bar community. It's great. And then other times you walk into the bar and you look around and it's a lot of people that are more depressing than you are, and it's just bad. You just walk in there and it's like dimly lit, and you're like, ooh, you're like, you know what? I should leave right now because my life isn't that bad compared to what's going on in here. So it's, you know,
It's all a vibe.
yeah, it's two-pronger.
Well, I didn't know that about Cheers.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Now the listeners are saying that song was written for the show.
I don't know.
Had no idea.
But they only used the first verse, and I knew that there was always a longer one. Like, Bosom Buddy used Moving Out. That was a real Billy Joel song that they took. The Rembrandts did the I'll Be There.
That was a
for
real
You.
song.
That was a real song
For
that they
Friends.
for Friends. They took that and just made it. Some of the other ones, no, they were written specifically for shows. Like the Big Bang Theory has one that's pretty popular. That was the Bare Naked Ladies. They wrote that specifically for the Big Bang Theory. So it just kind of depends.
What about that smash hit for Tool Time?
I don't think there was any words to that. I think it was just
Well, I know.
it's just music.
It was like,
I can't believe that show is popular.
smash hit.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily hold up nowadays.
How do you know? What do you mean? Have you watched Tool Time lately?
No, that's the point is you can't find that anywhere because it doesn't hold up. It's not a popular show.
No.
No. Some of those, like Family Ties, like that'll run like reruns. Still love a good episode of Family Ties.
Well, Alex P. Keaton was great.
Alex P. Keaton. What was the other one with the Seavers? Growing Pains, pretty solid. And then there's
You've
others.
seen those recently?
Yeah, they come up. Is it TV Land? I think it used to be like Nick at Night.
Yeah, it's one of those networks.
And I think it's like TV Land now, and I'll be flipping through. Well, actually, I don't have cable anymore, but I used to have cable, and I'd be flipping through, and you'd be like, oh my God, like Married with Children or Growing Pains. And you're like, oh, I'll flip on for an episode of that. Like Married with Children still gives you some chuckles, but boy, it's pretty rough. Like it's bad, but it still can give you a laugh or two.
I have a confession to make.
What do you got?
Married with Children, not on my radar.
No? Never
Ever.
got into Al
Never
Bundy?
got into it.
Mm.
Nope.
I liked me some No Ma'am and Al Bundy. There was there was some
I've
value.
seen it.
Yeah.
But
Al Bundy was greatness, but the show itself, it's
there's
pretty,
nothing to it.
It's pretty wonky. Well, it's really cheesy and bad.
All those are though.
It's bizarre. Like it gets awful. It gets awful weird. So the magic of sitcoms. Some stand the test of time, others not so much. The one that gets a lot of hate now from the younger generation is Seinfeld. Like Seinfeld
Why?
for the longest time was viewed. It was the greatest sitcom of all time. It was the #1 show for years. Like it was the gold standards. It was the Snickers bar of sitcoms. And now all the kids, they don't like it. They
well, what's going on?
I don't know. They just they
What's their problem?
They kind of crap on it. Like Seinfeld's getting some hate, and then
Well, is that just because of Jerry? Jerry's being kind of weird now.
I think that I've seen Friends get a lot of hate, that doesn't hold up because, for one, nobody can live in these giant apartments right across the way from where they're friends. It's all white people.
all white people.
They make fun of all different other kind of people subtly that you don't really realize.
Yeah, both shows took place.
Wait, that's not funny.
Both shows took place in New York, and there's not an ethnic person to be found, and that rubs people the wrong way.
Well, it was a different time.
well,
Can't you
and-
just
Yeah,
take
they
a
figured
show
it
for
out
what it
around
is?
season 9 when they had Joey get engaged to a black woman, and that was about as far as they got.
Well, there was a whole episode where George in Seinfeld has to find a black friend, and he can't find one, so he takes the exterminator and passes him off as his black friend. And then we had like a Belichick Brady sort of thing because Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld they produced the greatest sitcom of all time, the most successful sitcom of all time. And since then, Jerry, not so much. Whereas Larry David went on and created something that a lot of people now say is better than Seinfeld. So we kind of found out in that relationship who was Brady, who was Belichick.
Yeah, but Jerry still does great stand-up.
Does great stand-up. Not saying he doesn't, but Jerry has not created anything since Seinfeld that's been a success, really. And Larry David reproduced something that was Seinfeld-esque that, again, some people say surpassed the original. So Larry David is the Tom Brady of that relationship. Not that we don't say that Bill is great. Bill may be the greatest coach of all time, but who won that relationship?
I think that's a good analogy.
Tom Brady. Larry David won that relationship.
Well, I can assure you that Curb Your Enthusiasm is one of my favorite shows of all time.
Yes.
Seinfeld is not.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
I would agree with that.
I also think I think Jerry's getting kind of weird now. Like, he is out there a little too much. I know he's promoting things. He's got a new show that he's promoting. And,
It was bad. It got like
oh my God,
university
I turned it
banned.
off in 10 seconds.
Yeah,
it was so bad.
Yeah.
But he's saying a lot of weird stuff in the media. Like, he's turning into weird old angry guy.
Well, and then he had the weird thing. I don't think he ended up marrying. I think he married someone else, but he dated the girl from high school, and that was, that's a bit problematic now, where he was like 38 or 39, and he dated a girl that he met in Central Park who was in high school, and that's kind of gives people the icks. And the weird part is at the time, it wasn't really that bad, but now people are like, hey, remember when you did that 20 years ago? And then that's made people uncomfortable. Oh, and by the way, a lot of people hate the Jews now. So he's catching some weird strays over that.
Yeah, he said he went to Israel recently.
Yeah. So people are booing him for being Jewish.
So he's in that whole thing.
Well, for God's sakes, the guy's Jewish. Like, you're just going to boo him because he's Jewish? Because that seems, I don't know.
Listen, dude.
Total BS.
That whole thing, that is landmine central.
You're just gonna,
and I am not involved.
you're just going to
Not involved.
be over here. Can we go back to the Mets sucking? How about
Anyway,
that?
what was I going to say to you?
I don't know. You were asking me why the Mets suck, and then we somehow got into this.
It
And
was something about Seinfeld, but I don't remember.
the best episode of Seinfeld ever, the reverse episode.
What I'm not too familiar.
Oh, where they go to India. They do the episode Tarantino style backwards. The episode begins with Kramer getting hit in the face with an ice ball, and then you go back and it's all the things that led up to Kramer getting hit in the face. They go to India for a wedding. That might be it's the reverse episode.
So it's all Larry.
Yes,
That's Larry doing that,
That's
not
Larry.
Jerry.
Yes, that's my favorite. That's probably my favorite Seinfeld episode. The race is a really good one, where Jerry has to race his high school rival to win over his high school love. The hole in one where Kramer hits the golf ball into the whale. And George is pretending to be a marine
The
biologist.
sea was angry that day.
And that was all improvised.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so the deal is George is lying to a girl about being a marine biologist. And Kramer goes out and hits golf balls into the ocean. And he hits one into a whale's blowhole. The whale becomes distressed, and George and his girl are walking on the beach, and someone's like, "There's a whale in trouble. Does anyone know a marine biologist?" So George, pretending to be the marine biologist, has to go out and deal with it. And he finds Kramer's golf ball in the blowhole. And I was recently saw Jerry do an interview about that, and they said they didn't have a conclusion to that. So the day before they were to film it, Jerry and Larry wrote, "What if Kramer hit the golf ball into the whale?" And Jerry said they wouldn't do the bit unless the ball could be Titleist. He said it was only funny if the line could be when George pulls it out where Kramer goes, "Is that a Titleist?" And they said no other golf ball would work because Titleist was the golf ball.
Because people would know what Titleist
People would
meant.
know. So they called the president of Titleist, and we're like, because I guess they had to get permission, and they begged the president of Titleist, "Can we please do this?" And they said the president thought it was great, and they allowed him to use it.
Why would he not? Like, what a bonehead if he's like, "Yeah, no, I don't think that's a good idea."
Yeah.
To use my brand in one of the most popular shows of all time.
Yeah. So now that's become one of the signature scenes, and I guess right up until the end, they didn't know if they could do it. Because Jerry said they weren't going to do it unless they could have the line of, what is that, a Titleist? He said it wouldn't work. What is that, a TaylorMade? You know, is that a Maxwell? It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It only works. Jerry goes, Titleist is the funny one.
Well, we managed to get some golf in.
There you go.
In the first seggy for you guys.
What could be better?
All right, well, I think we're ready to roll. You ready?
Yeah, why not? Let's go.
Ready for some sports talk?
Sports.
We got to talk about Scottie Scheffler.
Yeah.
We have news on Scottie Scheffler today.
Let freedom ring.
And we have audio. There's new audio of him. And we have our poll question, so we'll get to that next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and The Fan.
All right, poll question time. It's on X at 1080 The Fan. It is brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling Family Business, helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday we asked you, who do you consider to be the biggest sports personality of the last 30 years? I thought Bill Walton would win this. He did not. Charles Barkley, 55%. Bill Walton, 24%. Peyton Manning, 16%. Mike Leach, 5%.
Yeah, no love for the Pirate.
No love for the Pirates.
Hell no.
And Barkley's just a bigger national figure than those guys. But when Barkley goes, it'll be similar to Walton in that it'll be a universal kind of sports-wide thing. Like, I mean, the Bill Walton's reaches were everywhere. I mean, Eddie Vedder was talking about it last night at the Pearl Jam concert. Like, I mean, Bill just touched so many people, and Barkley will certainly be like that when he goes.
Today's poll question, who has the most brush... Let me start that over.
John.
Speaking of Mike Leach.
Who has the most pressure on them? Caitlin Clark, Bronny James, Charlie Woods, or kickers?
Oh.
Vote. And vote hard.
That's an easy one for me.
Kickers.
No, kickers are stupid.
Kickers are stupid, huh?
Kickers are dumb. And when they screw up and they go away, we just move on to the next one. Like,
well, that's why there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, whatever.
Like,
you
they
have one job.
You know, if you don't make the kicks, you're out.
I don't care.
You're out.
Go away. I understand that kickers play a valuable, role, and you need a good one. And when you have a good one, it makes all the difference in the world. But as someone that played for years and you give a lot to that sport, it's painful to see someone that kicks and that's all they do, and that the game gets decided on that.
Nice job, you kicker!
Honestly, I think football would be better if we just got rid of kickers. You weren't allowed to kick field goals. What is this second place? This is America. We're not about some 9-7 BS. Yeah. Get rid of kicks, dude.
Nice job, you kicker!
4 downs, man. If you want to punt and you want to go surrender style, that's one thing. But no, there's no field. You're at the 20, right? And it's 4th and 2. Dude, gird up your loins and we're going for that ass. We're not kicking.
You know who, I may be wrong about this, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there anyway.
Let's do it.
Do you know who agrees with you on that?
Do you know
what personality?
I'm hoping Dan Lanning.
What personality has been saying that very thing for years?
Who?
The great Skip Bayless.
Oh, for God's sakes. No, I can't.
Pretty sure that's his bit.
I've already agreed with Clay Travis. I agreed with Kim Mulkey.
Geraldo Rivera.
I can't. No. I can't have. No. That's not. Don't do that to me.
Yeah, he said right here. It says there's a big lead story about Skip Bayless is attacking kickers now. He says just hate huge NFL playoff games being decided by little guys who don't even play football. Happened to Green Bay last night. Just happened to Buffalo.
Damn it.
He hates kickers. He says get rid of them. So you and he have something in common.
I actually love
probably
the idea.
More than you know.
Was it the XFL who rolled out the 1, 2, and 3-point try, and you had to pick one of them? But there was like a 2-yard line, a 5-yard line, and an 8-yard line try. Like that would add a wrinkle. You have strategy on every single one of them. That's not just putting it through the uprights.
And some of mine is just it just comes from playing there. I remember being in games where you grind for 4 quarters, right? And you're playing with a. My back is killing me. I'm playing on a bum knee. The quarterback's got a separated non-throwing shoulder. The receiver's got 3 dislocated fingers. The linebacker's probably playing through a concussion. And you go through this 4th quarter war, and then it comes down, he
didn't write the rules, though.
I'm not saying that he does. I'm just saying there's part of me when I would watch those, whether we won or lost the game, and right? And I was, by the way, I was friends with my kicker at BYU. He was a good dude. There's part of me, like, I would sit there and look at that guy whose uniform was bright white. He didn't have to shower after the game. He hadn't sweated or anything. And then he rolls out there in his little face mask and his Hutch shoulder pads. And then based on his foot,
it is a little weird.
That decides. And then when I was in Tampa, we had Grammatica, who again was a very good kicker. Martine.
Not Bill.
Not
Bill's
Martin.
the one who blew out his ACL.
Bill's the one that blew out his ACL.
Not Martin or Bill. Martine.
Yeah. And here was the tough part, because in Denver we had Elam, who was a cool dude. People liked him. Grammatica was how do I put this delicately?
This is not going to be delicate.
He was a bitch.
Yeah. See?
He just was.
All right. Well, you didn't like him. So what?
And he was whiny.
He helped you win games.
And no
That
one liked
whiny
him.
bitch.
But we had to you had to like deal with him, and no one could stand him. And he was very temperamental, and he had his little kick and shoot, and he didn't wear real football pads.
Well,
and I don't like that NFL games are decided on his little soccer foot.
well, I would say this. You're right in the sense that it doesn't really fit with the rest of the game. Like
No.
it's just a weird thing
an
to have.
outlier.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
that
But-
thing that doesn't fit with the rest of the game shouldn't be what dictates the ultimate outcome at the end.
But I tell you, it's an exciting play.
It is.
Like when you
Oh,
line up for the last
It's like a 56-yard field
Dude.
goal. What Buckers when the Josh Allen game, right? That is like, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
the pucker factor.
Yeah.
I get why we have it.
Yeah.
By the way, the two greatest things that I've ever seen in hazing, and I'm not going to say that I approve of hazing, but Jeff Christie, who was our starting center in Tampa Bay, who was a great dude, made a bunch of Pro Bowls with the Vikings. He could not stand Grammatica. The amount of crap that he did to Martin Grammatica was amazing. He dyed his foot purple.
Yeah.
And
I
the
mean,
great-
you've told that story.
Greatest thing I've ever. He in his little kicking shoe, he put purple dye in Grammatica's shoe, and then he walked around all day and he sprayed Grammatica with water, Gatorade, in his foot. And Grammatica thought he was just spraying his foot. What he didn't know is there was like purple like powder dye in there. So Grammatica was all pissed at his foot being wet, and when he took off his shoe, his foot was dyed purple, and he couldn't get it off. It was amazing. The other one is he was very particular about his little shoesies, and he would get really mad if anyone would touch him.
Well, he is a kicker.
He is. So Christie went and took a screw gun and drilled all of Grammatica's shoes into his locker, right through the middle of them, and drilled them to it. And then the other one was he went, those little kid pads? Remember the little Hutch toy, like Halloween uniforms that they would sell for little
Yeah,
kids?
Sure.
Little plastic helmet, the little tiny shoulder pads. He stole Grammatica's pads and jersey and helmet and replaced it, hung it in his locker with a little Hutch set.
Probably would have fit him.
Brilliant. And Grammatica lost his ass.
Yeah, he didn't take a
But
joke
what could he
very
do about it? He just storm around all angry and not do anything to anyone?
He was going around the locker room and was dog cussing everyone, how no one respected him. And no one respected me either, so I should have felt sympathy with him. I've never laughed harder than waiting for Grammatica to come in and see his little Hutch uniform.
Do you think a kicker's ever missed kicks on purpose because he hates his teammates? Because they give him too much crap?
You know what? If they did, I might respect that. Oh, yeah, guys? Check
Yeah,
this.
well, watch this.
Watch this.
I actually asked an Oregon lineman once if he'd ever considered just like letting a blocker through to get to like his punter. So he could like really light up. He's like, oh no, you can't ever do that because. But I'm like, if you hate the guy enough, would you let someone in there so he loses his job or he gets hurt?
I just don't ever remember someone being less popular and less respected than Martin Grammatica, who, by the way, was a good kicker. Legitimately was a very good kicker.
Yeah, I feel like he was one of the better in the league, wasn't he, at that time?
I'd have to go back and look at his numbers, but he was a good kicker. It's not like he was a bad one, and people did not respect him.
I would like to read to you. Skip Bayless has been on this since at least 2013.
Son of a gun.
This is from Skip Bayless on ESPN.com. It's called Teeing Off on Kickers.
Oh, boy.
He says, this, NFL fans, is lunacy. This has been a career-long pet peeve of mine. Why do we blindly accept that the great game of football is often decided by a goofily gimmicky kick between two poles? These kicks count 3 points. They're attempted by one of the lowest paid members of the team. These kickers sometimes go from clutch to basket case after just a couple of misses. Wake up, people. This is madness. Field goal kicking is wildly exciting for all the wrong reasons. We regularly interrupt games to go for a ride on the equivalent of Disney's stomach and throat Tower of Terror. The scariest words for any fan are wide right or wide left, or in the case of the Buffalo Bills fans, Scott Norwood. This is why I've long proposed a change that will never, ever happen because it makes too much sense. Give place kicking the boot.
Wow.
That
It is official.
is from Skip Bayless
I have now sided
in 2013.
with 4 of the worst human beings that I can think of.
So a lot of your hot takes recently, I mean,
I think we know where this is heading. All right.
you share a brain with Clay Travis and Skip Bayless.
Yeah.
Feeling
You know where I was January 6th. You know who I'm voting for. Apparently, this
Hey.
is where this is going.
Did you hear about the new one? Are you ready for January 20th, 2025?
What?
Oh yeah.
There's a new one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, for
Look into that.
So I need to get my plane ticket now.
I thought you would know that. Look at you.
Well, is that just because that's the day after Inauguration Day or something like that?
Well, you may be onto something there.
Sorry, boys. I'm gonna have to take a few days off, and don't worry about where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna be somewhere completely unrelated.
So who? Okay, so you said kickers is not the answer for you. Who is?
No, it's Caitlin Clark.
Oh,
I mean, dude, that poor gal. Ain't poor. She's making a
Girl, you
gajillion-
something else.
She's making so much money. So don't. I hate when someone. Who was the tennis player that was always, her mentals? Who was the
Osaka?
Osaka,
Naomi
right?
Osaka.
She almost beat the number one today
Like-
at the French Open.
Is she back, Naomi Osaka?
She almost beat the French number one
so
today
assuming
at the
she's
U.S.
back.
Open. She's
So
not as
that
good
means
as she
she's
once
back.
was.
I
but
just-
she is back.
Just it's like you want all the things that come with it, but without any of the pressure. So don't the poor girl thing. No, but the amount of pressure that she's carrying, because she's carrying the weight of an entire sport, and she's carrying the weight of an entire gender, and the gender gap, and the notion that no one watches women's sports, and she's really responsible for an entire gender being uplifted, but at the same time, a good portion of that gender is actively trying to tear her down. Meanwhile, half the guys in the country will never accept her and think that the sport still sucks. Like, she gets it from both sides. And then she apparently has teammates that resent her. Like, it's just, I would not want that. That girl she is carrying Mount Everest on her back each and every night when she goes out there. And it's a little like and I'm not trying to say that she's Jackie Robinson, but I remember when I was reading a book about Jackie Robinson, who was the Dodgers manager or general manager? That
Branch Rickey brought him in.
Branch Rickey. He was talking about Jackie Robinson, and he said it couldn't just be a good player. It couldn't. A good player wasn't going to be good enough. Like, if someone to break the color barrier, it had to be just beyond criticism. It had to be someone just that good and that could handle all of that crap. And that's Caitlin Clark. You have to have someone that is that good, that with a thick skin, all of that stuff. And I know the Jackie Robinson stuff was way harder, but it's that kind of pressure that being good isn't good enough. Caitlin Clark can be a good player and she will be viewed as a bum. Anything short of transcendent and perfect in the media and perfect as a teammate and perfect everywhere else, she is going to be viewed as a failure. And there's not another person in sports right now, I think, that carries that kind of weight. Certainly not a kicker.
All right, so vote on our poll question. It's on X at 1080 The Fan, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling. Who has the most pressure on them? Caitlin Clark, Bronny James, Charlie Woods, kickers. We do have Bronny James news today.
This guy.
So that's later. But up next, Scottie Scheffler, charges dropped, and we have audio. Here is Buck.
Now,
Yeah, deal is in on the Vancouver Ford text line. Your dollar goes further. Vancouver Ford, they treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com, 503-864-6326. Headline, Jason Sakanik says the new Jackie Robinson is a white woman from Iowa.
Ah, yes.
Local radio funny man
Local radio funny.
says the new Jackie Robinson is a white woman from Iowa.
I'm just saying that woman can do no right.
Well, she's handling it
she is.
quite well.
Yes.
Because she shows no signs of any sort of,
No.
No,
We'll see if it
distress.
We'll see if it wears on her because her team sucks.
Well, she had a good game the other night.
Yeah,
or was it last night?
The other night or something. She had 30.
Nah, I don't know. I read the headlines. They said that's her best game yet.
Yeah. It's like,
She's dominating.
To be honest with you, as much as I appreciate Caitlin Clark in the NCAA women's tournament, my amount of WNBA watching has not changed.
Yeah, are those games even on? Like, are they on TV?
I don't know.
If we wanted to watch her, can we?
Yeah, every now and then, like I see them pop up on ESPN and like ESPN2. They're like
ESPN does a lot of coverage.
Do they?
Yeah, I just I don't know why. Like people get all pissy when you say it, but the game is not a great game. It's just not. It's when I watch it, I can appreciate the drama, I can appreciate the effort, but it's not that exciting to watch. In fact, a lot of times it seems like a very hectic like middle school game. It's like some of the like every layup seems like it's like across your. I feel more comfortable watching them shoot from like 10 feet away than underneath the rim because they don't really jump that well, and so it's like every one is contested, and it's it's very chaotic underneath the rim. It's like whoa, back up and shoot from 10 because they shoot the lights out of the ball. The rim game is not their strong suit.
All right, well, don't watch it. All right, we've got Scottie Scheffler out. Now to a real. Can we get to a real sport?
The athleticism of golf.
That's right.
You've got to kick him off the tour.
You want to talk about athletes?
John.
You want to talk about? You want to talk about exciting athletes that like our must-see TV.
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives a
I give you Scottie
Do you
Scheffler.
think there's a lot of I'm not going to say doughy is the right word, but like oddly shaped men that love that the best golfer in the world looks like Scottie Scheffler, and they're just like that's peak male performance. Because like Rory and Tiger were pretty jacked. Scheffler looks more,
Well, Phil was kind of a little pudgy.
Yeah,
turd.
Phil was a little pudgy guy. Yeah. But a lot of the guys now are like in really super good shape, and
Like if you're watching Koepka win a major, you're not thinking I can be him necessarily. Yeah.
Right.
Scheffler's more like
Angel Cabrera.
There you go. There you
Ripping
go.
darts
that
at
guy.
Augusta.
How many guys does he relate to being fat, smoking, wins the Masters, and then goes to jail?
Dude, if you had, and that's why I think that's one of the reasons why Phil was so popular. If you had a guy that looked kind of doughy like that and went on a ridiculous run and won like 5-6 majors, dude, that guy would be the most popular human being in the country. How many dirts out there would be like, my hero? It's like we love the David Wells, John Daly type. We love not the fat guy, but we love someone that doesn't look like they should be dominating the sport.
Yeah, that's our favorite thing.
Yes.
By the way, I have a segment. Hopefully, we'll get to it today. Have you heard of tugboat?
Tugboat.
Is that a no?
Is it like a sex thing or?
No.
Like you're
Come on,
asking your
man.
wife if she wants to do the tugboat?
No, you said we like guys in sports that, look
Yes.
like tubs of lard. Well, there's a guy named Tugboat
Really?
who is making waves in minor league baseball,
Oh,
Okay.
if you must know. And I'm going to tell you about him at some point this week.
He's the new Vogelbach?
Bigger.
Rowdy Tellez?
He's bigger than
Yeah, he weighs 275 pounds.
Nice.
this big boy.
Yeah.
But
But
like
we'll,
Pablo Sandoval.
Yeah, Sandoval had that. CC Sabathia had that for a while.
Mo Vaughn.
Of course, my favorite Met of all time. Come on.
Bartolo Colon.
Bartolo Colon. No, the videos of him working out like in the Dominican Republic where he's from.
Is he working out? You mean now?
No. Like his off-season workout program, they would have videos of him, and I still to this day don't know if they were bits or not. But he'd be like in a little pair of shorts and a tank top and then like a headband with some wristbands, and there'd be like a couple chickens in the background, and he'd be like aerobicizing for like his off-season workouts, and they were amazing.
Again-
And I don't know if they were bits or not.
Yet another guy so relatable. Like John Daly, for example, alcoholic,
Yes.
smokes 18 packs of cigarettes a day, drinks Diet Coke like it's going out of style, right?
Yeah.
Everybody loves that.
Loves it.
Bartolo Colon, didn't he have 2 families?
Yeah, he had 2 separate
Yeah,
families.
guys love that. They're like, yeah, that's great. How does he even do that? My hero.
Yeah. Well, I
So
mean,
there's something about the fat guys that they just, their lives.
look at this. This is him working out in the off season
Hey,
in
man.
his home.
I tell you what, that guy was effing good.
He won a Cy Young.
He was good.
He's on the saw. And the other part was he's on steroids, and look at him. That's the amazing part. You can be on roids and have a weight problem. Love that guy.
Some of the, I think the Barstool guys recently were doing a whole John Daly challenge of what he takes down in a round, and you have to do 2 packs of cigarettes, 4 Snickers bars, and 2 sodas.
Oh, well, in
about 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
Over the course of 18 holes.
2 packs of cigarettes?
You go through 40
Yeah.
darts.
That's by far the worst part.
I mean, I could do the Cokes
Yeah.
and Snickers, but
Yeah.
2 packs
I
of
mean, that's like 3 cigarettes a hole. That's crazy.
That's nuts.
And you know that he's not just one hitting those things. He's burning those things through. He's sucking down heaters.
All
That's
right.
a commitment to excellence.
Well, do you want to hear the Scheffler audio when we come back?
Yeah, let's hear Scotty.
Scottie Scheffler audio next on the Fan.
The end of the line.
He has already had his run-in with Detective Gillis, and he is sitting in the squad car while Detective Gillis gets checked out by EMT
for his vast injuries and, God forbid, the pants that can never ever be repaired.
And so Scottie, he's sitting in the squad car. He is cuffed. He is talking to another police officer who has come to the scene. And there are 3 parts of this. This is part 1.
That way it took me about probably a half hour. Pulling in here, the police officer up there told me to come the opposite way with the traffic and then come in. And as I was pulling in, my window was down, and the officer told me to stop. And first of all, I did not know that he was a police officer. I thought he was one of the security guards that was mistaken. And as I was pulling by him, he grabbed my arm.
Stop right there. Why does it matter if he's a security guard or a police officer?
Because
if somebody's telling you to stop.
Yes, you're right. I should have stopped. I did get a little bit impatient because I'm quite late for my tea time. And as he was reaching in the car, he grabbed my shoulder and hit me. Like
trying to get you to stop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It seemed to be a little bit over aggressive because the entrance was open.
Okay.
And I pulled a little bit because I was afraid. I thought he was going to start hitting me, and I didn't know who he was. He didn't tell me he was a police officer. All I saw was the yellow jacket. I didn't know what he was doing. I listened to the police officer.
Okay.
So that kind of goes back to my original theory of, if you thought it was a security guard and you had already been told, go on through, and the gate's wide open, there was a little bit of like, yeah. All right, I'm Scottie Scheffler. I'm just going to go through.
Yeah.
But he was going like 1 mile an hour.
Yeah, he did not go far, and it was not fast.
No, it was not.
And
Nor
he
was
did
the officer
not
drugged to the ground.
Right, he did not drag the cop. Now here's part 2.
So the thing is, he's wearing a uniform. Okay. He also is wearing the same jacket that I have on that says police.
Yes.
Okay. Also, on that, if someone's telling you to stop, no matter who it is, you don't keep going. So what happened is, you kept going and you took him with you while he's a pedestrian. Okay.
Yes.
So you took him with your car.
Yes.
And drug him. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is not a good thing,
I'm
right?
very aware that was
to make it so. Listen to me. So make it even worse. When he asked you to get out of the car, you refused to get out of the car.
I still was not aware he was a police officer. I was actually looking out the window of the car to try to find a police officer. I asked.
We're all right here, and he was there.
Believe me, sir. If I knew
we're all wearing yellow vests so you can see us.
If he knew he was a police officer, I would have been much more or less afraid. But panic kind of set in. As you can see, I'm still shaking because I was afraid. I didn't know who he was.
Which, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Basically, the prosecutors. So the charges have been dropped.
Yes.
Against Scottie. And they were in court today, and there was a judge, and the prosecutors basically said, we don't have enough evidence. But they also said that the evidence that they do have corroborates what Scottie is saying, that it was a giant misunderstanding.
Yes.
So this guy's reaching in the car, hits him on the shoulder. He said he got hit with the flashlight. And Scheffler, if he knew it was a cop, he's cooperating. Yeah. But he says he did not know it was a cop, and that's why he's like, what the hell's going on? This guy's assaulting me in my car. Who is this guy? And that was
that's coming up, the flashlight part.
Yeah, that was the miscommunication right there. So here's part 3.
If I knew he was a police officer, I would have gotten out of the car. I don't know what to tell you other than I was a little bit panicked trying to get into the golf course, and now I don't know what to do.
Let's go back to the first point, okay? No matter if you thought it was a police officer or not, somebody's. Why are we wearing yellow vests? Why do you think we're wearing yellow vests? So you can see us, right?
Yes.
So you can see us, and if somebody tells you to stop, if it's a traffic guard, security guard, anybody, that means you stop at that time and you don't keep going.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so stuff like this doesn't happen.
Yes.
Because you actually hurt him, and he's a police officer.
Yes.
He's got a huge scrape on his knee. He's getting checked by EMS, big bruise. So I don't know. But for you right now, the main question is if you're going to jail, and it's up to him. I don't know.
Am I able to speak with him?
No, not at this time. No.
Yeah, no. Jeez. I think that's interesting that he wanted to talk to the guy.
Yeah.
Scheffler. But it's up to the cop.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an issue right there.
Well, I mean, because he's the one that can say, hey, no harm, no foul.
Yes, but he's the one that's also in the wrong here.
Yeah, he's also lied.
Exactly.
Like, that's the thing here is like, by the way, that whole, the cop saying that a security guard is the same as a cop, first off, F you.
That's
no, it's
ridiculous.
Not. That is ridiculous. Like, I can't, and I'm not saying this is like the most appropriate thing in the world. You know how many times that I've blown off a security guard? It's like, yeah, okay, dude, cool. That's phenomenal. Like, you have no authority. I'm not listening to this crap. You're the number one golfer in the world. You're going to the PGA Championship. The thing is open. You've already been told by a cop.
Remember, he's late.
He's late.
So because he said it's hard to hear, but in the very first part of part 1, he says he was on the other side trying to get through, and the cop or traffic person over there told him to go to where Detective Gillis was. So he was delayed by 30 minutes getting in, and so he was a little panicked. You can tell he was a little,
obviously, like, God, I got to get through. And he was told to do exactly what he was doing.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the security guard is like, no, stop. And I'm sure Scheffler was just more of the mindset of, dude, whatever, I'm late. I was told what to do. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. The guy reaches in, grabs him, and freaks out. And then, yes, that whole thing, that moment where he reaches into the car, that's like 2 seconds. This idea of why didn't you it's 2 seconds. Like
well, and he didn't know.
He didn't know.
He thought he was being assaulted by some guy in a jacket.
So like that cop walking through that, even that is a little much.
Well, this cop is kind of an ass too.
Exactly.
This is a problem. Look, I am no cop basher, far from it. But these guys, some of these guys are complete boobs. They cannot get out of their own way. And no wonder people are jumping down your throats as cops. Like this is why. It's to me, it's the bigger issue is not that there are bad cops like Detective Gillis who lose their temper or have a bad or lie on their police reports or God forbid whatever else he's done. Right? Yeah. He's been suspended like 5 times, so he's just a bad cop. Yeah. Period. Those happen. Those should be weeded out and out of the they instantly defend each other, and I get on some level why, because it's a very difficult job where you need to have each other's back, but at the same time, I've talked to so many cops that one of my main questions to them is why, when there are bad ones and you know who they are, why don't you guys purge them? Like that to me is the problem. Like I don't love all cops. I love good cops. Mm-hmm. I have complete respect for policing, but it's this crap where they stand up for one another no matter what, even when they're in the wrong. It's that blows me away.
Yeah. This guy was so charged up and so angry with his made up injury that he couldn't have a like, I love when he's like, Scottie's like, hey, can I just talk to him? And he's like, oh, no, you don't want to do that.
Well, he's getting checked out by EMS for a bruise and a scrape
on his knee.
And a bruise.
And the guy says that he was drugged to the ground. No, you weren't. We all saw it.
Can we see the pants, by the way? Who has the pants?
Yeah, you weren't drugged to the ground. You weren't attached to the vehicle. Stop it. You're like an overdramatic kid right now. We see that where your kid's like, oh my God.
It's pretty absurd.
It's the worst thing ever. And you're like, dude, get up off the ground.
They embarrassed
him
and they embarrassed themselves.
Yes.
And impatience is not a crime. And he even admitted, he said, yeah, I just needed to get in there. I'm the number one golfer in the world. There's a lot of money on the line here. Yes, I was a little nervous.
Yes.
They're lucky he's not suing them. And
part of the settlement, by the way, so all charges were dismissed, and part of it is both sides agreed that no further action.
Right.
The cops are not allowed to charge him with anything, and he agreed to not sue them.
Well, and I think the other thing that they said was that their cop is not going to sue him.
Yes.
Because he could easily try to get in Scheffler's wallet.
Yeah.
And so to me, this tells you what you need to know, that the cops know that they were in the wrong.
Yeah.
Because they did Scheffler 2 favors. One, they said, hey, we're going to drop the charges. Oh, and by the way, we're going to call our guy off of you.
Yeah.
Our guy is not going to sue you. This tells you they know this could be bad for them based on what they know of the situation. They're like, oh, yeah, we'll drop the charges, and you don't have to worry about our guy suing you. Yeah. Well, Scheffler doesn't really care. He's not going to sue the guy. He's a nice guy. He's like, whatever.
They let it go.
But I think with the idea that this cop could come back at Scheffler, that's a loose end they had to tie up, and that probably satisfies Scheffler's attorneys to say, okay, fine, it's over.
And here's the thing. So the Officer Gillis is here being a red ass and pounding him against the car and all that. Whoever that cop that was talking to him, if that guy had any sort of balls or sense, he would have gone over to Gillis and been like, hey, man, you don't want to do this. Like this doesn't, like, you're not hurt. Okay, you didn't get drugged to the ground, right? We don't want this smoke. Like, just let this common sense somewhere along the line between Scheffler, that officer, this other officer, a superior officer, someone had to have some common sense to get together and say, guys, this is not what, no one wins from this.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like that never
It never
seems to
occurs.
happen. They're all
No,
on each
instead
other's
it's let's
side.
circle the wagons, let's
Yeah.
get our story
Yeah.
straight, and let's decide how to make this
and let's screw
like
this guy over.
make the narrative in our favor.
Exactly.
Because sometimes I do see it, like you see the videos. This is why body cams, like and the guy didn't have his body cam turned
I
on.
have a new theory on that now. After seeing the video and hearing the post audio, I think he got it and they just deleted it because they didn't want it to see the light of day.
It's why I love cameras, because it's like, no, you said this, I said this, here's the truth. And maybe it's a distorted version because you're only looking from one angle, but at least, hey, we get to see what happened. And I have seen, to give credit to cops, I have seen this plenty where you get a cop and he's all pissy and moany at someone and the guy's being an ass back to him. And that's the other one too, is, as someone pointed out on the Vancouver Ford text line, they deal with so many a-holes and morons that they kind of some of them end up treating everyone like that because it's just, they're used to dealing with the worst of society. But I have seen it before where a cop is really going at it, and you'll get someone who's being detained or whatever says, dude, I ain't going anywhere. You call your superior. I'm sitting in my car. I need to talk to someone else. And the other one comes in and they do it in a way where they try to save face, but the superior, the superior officer comes in and basically says, hey man, like, we're letting this go. Yes, this guy's an ass, but this isn't worth it. We don't do it this way. And that could have easily been this case, and it wasn't. And instead, you made you and your department, and you just made the profession look like a bunch of clowns. So enjoy it, Officer Gillis. What, the sixth time you've stuck your head up your ass on assignment? Maybe there should be a look in the mirror and realize not the way to do it. And Scheffler's not perfect. He admitted it. And we knew going in that Scheffler was probably impatient and probably was being a little dismissive. You get arrested for that? You get slammed up against a car? Come on.
All right, up next, it'll eventually happen, right? It's 4:05 on the Fan.
the Fan.
All right. Welcome back.
Notice
Good
lately,
little hour
you've
one.
been doing the sign. We were talking Seinfeld earlier. You have really been on a
What's the
welcome back.
Yeah.
So Seinfeld may be getting hate, but not from you.
Triple AIAQ.
That's part of the Isachi brand.
Usually do it with the poll question.
Hey, by the way, Kurt Ludwig from Sales and I have
Yeah.
come up with the Isachi line's tentacles stretch far.
Far-reaching at this point.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna do Isachi assisted living. It's gonna be like high-end assisted living for the olds.
I'll tell you what.
Because I'm dealing with that right now with my parents, and let me tell you something.
Isachi living.
Those people make Isachi living. There you go. There's the name. Those people make so much damn money.
It is.
It's expensive as hell.
As someone who
I'm getting into that game.
So get into the high tier bougiest
That's
level
right.
of the already
I
expensive
want the
industry.
old rich ladies, the old rich widows.
Yeah, you can be the Ritz Carlton.
We're gonna pour some nice wine for those ladies.
We had to put my mom.
Isachi.
My mom had to go in one of those recently. We were both dealing with the same thing, and if you like the bad ones, are the price tag on the bad ones are shocking.
Yeah,
Like
they are
shocking. And so when you see what the good ones cost, oh my God! Like who affords
Dude,
those?
The whole. Well, you have to have. Hopefully, you
Insurance.
have. Well, you have retirement savings, or you have a long-term care policy, or something. But a lot of people don't, and I got to tell you, from having to navigate, as you did,
it's tough.
The healthcare system and the insurance, and all of this, all of it is intertwined. It is borderline criminal.
Yes,
it really is. And for people who don't know how to navigate it, or maybe don't have the means, you're screwed.
It's shockingly
you are screwed.
Challenging.
And they always say, "Oh, America has the best system." I don't know about that, man.
Well,
Get in there and try to navigate all that, and you tell me if this is the best system. And by the way, insurance wants to. I mean, insurance. Well,
it's
just the whole
If
thing.
anyone that's ever had to deal with getting their elderly parents care, I've never had an experience quite like that. My eyes were wide open, and I often thought to myself, to the average American, how on earth can you possibly afford this? And by the way, if you can't, the places you go, buckle up.
Right in the butt?
Exactly. Cesspools.
All right, well now.
And yes, I'd like to get in that. Let me know if you need investors in the Isachi Senior Care Living Centers.
Yeah, we're getting into that.
Yeah.
Isachi.
There's a bunch by my house that are really, really nice, and I don't know what they cost, but I can't afford them.
Well, I really enjoy the show. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. No, we have, there are varying levels, and of course they're expensive because they have a lot of staff, and nurses and care levels and stuff. So, but it's just
there's one that's advertising with us right now, like Bridgewood something or other.
I'm sure it's great.
I'm sure, yeah.
I'm sure it's great.
Wonderful.
So anyway, why were we talking about that?
The Isachi line.
Oh
and
yeah,
the tentacles and Ludwig.
the new Isachi living.
Yeah,
Isachi.
I like it.
It's a lifestyle.
It is a lifestyle.
It doesn't have to be.
And see, that is what is genius about it. It transcends everything: fashion, care of the old.
Well, that's what they call them.
Dining,
they call them lifestyle brands.
Yeah.
It's not just about merch. No. It's all encompassing.
Yeah, there's just something about. So my parents are going to be moving to assisted living next week. That's where I'll be gone. But they found a great place in Salina there that has it's basically has a restaurant in it.
Yeah.
It's not like how the dining call, like 9 a.m., 12:30, and 5, you go down there and you eat your meals with all the invalids who can't even, they're half dead.
Yeah.
It's really depressing.
Mm-hmm.
This one doesn't have that.
Oh, that's good.
Well, I mean, it can, but you can just go and get your meals anytime you want.
my mom has lights.
But you pay. Believe me, you pay for it.
At my mom's place. I don't mean to laugh, but you have to be in your room with the door shut at 7:00. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Like visitors,
the door's locked. Yeah.
They boot the visitors at 7. And the worst part is during the summer. I always thought this. I had some friends of ours growing up, they had a very strict bedtime, right? And during the summer, their bedtime was 8:00. During the summer, it's sunny. How can you put your kid to bed at 8 when the sun's out? It's like a parakeet. You just pull the blinds. So the idea of like putting like in my elderly mother to bed at 7:05,
Like a prison.
yeah, it's a
The
little.
door's locked. You can hear it.
Yeah, and we're like, hey, can she just keep the door open at least? She doesn't like the feeling of the door being shut. Oh no, that door stays shut.
Yep.
It's like it's
a whole
tough.
scene, man.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, and yes, this guy's right. You can't even buy lifetime long-term care anymore.
No.
Not really.
Yeah,
I mean,
like...
my dad bought a policy in 1985 that they're going to hopefully be able to tap into. Although I'm thoroughly prepared for a fight.
They're waiting for like, well, you bought that policy so long ago, and yeah, you've paid a lot into it, but let me tell you,
sir.
Yeah, exactly.
New regulations.
I'm thoroughly prepared for that, but he's right. Like I talked to a guy the other day. We were talking about this same deal, and because this is what you talk about when you get to be 48 years old. Like, when you're in your 20s, you're talking about like, oh, your friends are getting married and where are you going to go for vacation? And then you're in your 30s, you're talking about your career. And then you're in your 40s, you're talking about you putting your olds down. It's just, anyway, we were talking about this and he said, yeah, there's really not that many great long-term care policies because people are living too long.
Yeah.
They don't want to pay that out. They're losing money on those.
Yeah, we need the olds to start dying.
God forbid
younger.
they do it to actually care for people. No.
See, someone said Sook's idea of floating away in the ocean is the end of days is looking like a pretty good plan.
I like the texter that says, look at the name tag. You're in my world now, Grandma.
Yes.
Happy Gilmore, Ben Stiller.
And my mom's two olds. They're like it's an old German couple, and it's just like at their house, and it's a little. When you got a very strict, unfunny old German lady telling you what to do, it's a little strange. You're like, whoa.
Best part is we were shopping around for a bunch of them last week when I was back there and went to several. They all have salons.
Salons?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, the old ladies don't. They don't mess around with the hair.
No.
So they put salons in there for you.
Well, I like that. Do they have like those weird like hair dryers that you sit under and like?
Of course,
because there's only one kind of hairdo as an old lady,
exactly,
and that's like kind of the old beehive thing.
Yeah.
Just like the hair helmet because it covers up the thinning hair.
That's right.
I love that. Well, that's good. Hey.
Amenities.
It's all about the hair salon.
But they ain't seen nothing like Isachi living yet. Isachi.
Backgammon.
I'm gonna have a casino in there.
There you go.
All right. Well, now where were we? NBA playoffs, I think.
We were probably going to break, is where we were going.
Yeah, we're going to break. It'll eventually happen. Will a team ever come back from an 0-3 deficit? That's next on The Fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Timberwolves beat the Mavericks last night.
That's a good one.
It was
Bring gas.
All those games have been pretty good.
Yeah, they have.
Down to the like you don't with those two teams you do not have to watch anything but the fourth quarter.
No, and like there's same thing in all of them. A couple plays here and there, and there was at least 3 or 4 times where I was like, oh, Minnesota has this sewn up, and then 2 seconds later, oh nope, Dallas is gonna pull this out.
How about that chucked 4-point potential 4-point play?
And then Luka goes ahead and misses the free throw.
Dude, that shot was unbelievable.
I know.
It wasn't even a shot. He just threw it.
I thought they were doing away with the jumping into people fouls, by the way, because
they said they were.
That was a little cheesy on that one, but a hell of a shot. And there, they had a couple bad turnovers in there. Dallas did. That game could have gone either way. And Karl Anthony Towns finally decided to show up, and I'm a little bummed that we're only going to probably get 5 games out of that, because that's been a great series. Although, did you see Anthony Edwards pulled another "I'm a CU MFers"?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's his bit.
That's his bit. He told the ball attendants, like the locker room attendants in Denver, "Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna see you MRFers back here for Game 7." I guess Micah Parsons was wearing Anthony Edwards' shoes to the game, and Anthony Edwards was like, "Hey, what size are you?" And he tells him, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry." He goes, "I'll bring you some for Game 6." So he's kind of had that, I like Anthony Edwards doing a little bit of that. Oh, this thing's coming back. We're not dead.
I see y'all for Game 7.
I was going to ask the question. I mean, it's never happened. So a team being down 0-3 in a best of 7 has never come back and won.
No.
And because I see him on, whatever it is, Get Up or whatever. They're like, well, is this the one? There is. I tell you what, if there's a formula for it to happen, this series maybe fits that formula, because all the games are close. It feels like Dallas stole a couple of them.
Yeah.
The higher seed shot very poorly, and last night they didn't. So there's always that little thought in the back of your head when a team is down 0-3, and then they give up the fourth game, that they win the fourth game, that this is the one time it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You always kind of have that little thought, but then you go, well, it's never happened, so this is probably not going to happen. But in this instance, I don't know, man. I could see it.
Well, if Karl Anthony Towns, who had been just ass this entire series, and he finally woke up and had a nice game before he fouled out, if Lively can't come back, and he's got that strained neck, because he's a difference maker for them. When he's not in the game, that's a big deal for Dallas. If he continues to be out, and if Karl Anthony Towns just plays a decent game, you would think that Minnesota can extend this thing. But when I look at it, like every one of these games, right? 108, 105, 109, 108. Then we had the 116, 107 that was still close. And then last night was 105, 100, which was as close as you could get in the final 2 or 3 minutes. Just the law of averages tell you that winning, like all these games are going to be close. The chances of winning 3 of those in a row, actually 4 now, because you won the first one. Now to win 4 in a row when the other side does have 2 guys that are very good at closing out games, it's hard to beat anyone 4 times in a row, let alone a team that is very good with closers and is every bit your equal, if not better.
Yeah, I would say that I trust the stars that Dallas has, like Luka and Kyrie. They'll get it done. Yeah. But you're right, Lively, if he doesn't come back,
it's a big deal.
And Cat, you were talking about him shooting. His numbers, so in the previous 3 games before last night in that series, he was 15 of 54 from the floor.
Yeah, it's not good.
That's 28%.
Yeah, that's dog arse.
And he was 3 of 22 from 3. That's 14%. This is the guy who once said he is the best shooting big man of all time.
Well, and think about it. As close as these games were, and that's what I said, if he had just played an average series, is there any doubt that this is at least 2-2 and this is a completely different series? I mean, these games are razor thin with your second best player playing like ass.
Yeah, but that, and then last night I think he went 4 or 5, I think, from downtown maybe. Hit a couple big ones late.
Let's see. He was 9 of 13 from the field, 4 or 5 from the three-point line.
So that right there, like you said, I mean, that right there changes everything.
Yes.
So if he is now out of his funk,
Yeah.
maybe a bit. But it's going to happen eventually, right?
You would think. But
because I think the NBA, it used to be the NBA, 1 or 2 seeds. I don't know. You could see who was going to be in the finals. It was pretty predictable. It'd be 3 or 4 teams tops that you'd be like, okay, these teams have what it takes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's getting deeper.
Sure.
Dallas is the 5 seed.
Yeah.
And they're nasty.
Well, whoever wins this, again, this will be the 6th year in a row. And I think it's the first time since the 70s, the early 70s, that we will have 6 straight different NBA champions.
Yeah, which I think is great for the league.
I do too. Like the dynasty thing.
For all the talk about how it ruins the game, we haven't had that recently.
Yeah.
No. And I think it's good. I enjoy having some new blood. Although it feels, Boston, it's like, Boston's been here. They haven't won one in a while, but I liked Indiana. I could care less about, but I liked that we had Dallas and Minnesota. I've enjoyed this, and I'm not a huge Luka guy. He's really, he's an amazing talent, but I'm not the biggest Luka fan. Kyrie's kind of a douche, although he's kind of redeemed himself a little bit. I just think it's nice not to see. I like that LeBron's not here. I like that it's not Kevin Durant. I like that it's not Golden State. So I'm all for this. If this is the new NBA and super teams are dead and we get rises and fallers every year, sign me up. This is a more interesting NBA than when it's the, LeBron in the finals for 9 straight years.
2 questions. Kat once said he's the best shooting big man of all time.
Yeah.
Who do we think is the best shooting big man of all time?
I have a problem with this because the games don't compare to each other.
And what do we qualify as big? Kevin Durant's 6'11", and he could stroke
Kevin Durant's 7 feet tall.
Yeah,
I mean,
so that's a pretty big man.
Kevin Durant or Dirk is the best shooting big man of all time, but they're not, they're not 250 pounds.
Not traditional bigs.
But it bothers me, like Karl Anthony Towns can say, I'm the best shooting big, I'm the best shooting 5 or 4 of all time. Cool, dude. Before 10 years ago, no big shot.
There was no incentive to.
No, in today, I would love to see what Akeem Olajuwon could have been in today's game. Because if Akeem had been raised in this era of basketball, you're telling me that Akeem isn't out there dream shaking at the 3-point line, knocking down shots? Kevin Garnett, when he was the big ticket before he just became a defensive specialist, Kevin Garnett in today's NBA would have been a nightmare. Chris Webber would have been a nightmare. Magic Johnson would have been a nightmare. They just didn't shoot. So to say that you're the best shooting big man of all, cool, dude. You're one of the last 10 years when this has become a thing now when everyone shoots. But in 5 to 10 years from now, no one will remember Karl Anthony Towns as someone that was a great shooter, because the next wave of bigs coming through are going to dwarf him, because this is now every big that plays in the game.
So if you just Google best shooting big man of all time, the list shows is basically they're just talking about 3-pointers.
Yes.
So that's the line of demarcation.
And it's only been the last handful of years that the bigs have stepped out and started shooting.
Do you know who the highest well, this isn't by percentage, this is by total points. Let me do it by percentage. By field goal percentage, who the and I don't know what height they're saying is the minimum here, but
again, to Buck's point, if we're going off height, it's Kevin Durant. Dirk was what, 6'10"?
From 3?
6'10" or 11.
And Kevin Durant is, they say Durant is 7 or 7'1". He just doesn't want to be labeled as that.
He is not on this list, and I don't know why. Can you give me Kevin Durant's 3-point numbers?
Yeah, I can pull up Kevin Durant.
Field goal percentage, 3-point field goal percentage, big man, all time. Do you know who's number 1? 52.4%.
52?
Yep.
From the 3-point line?
Yep.
God, did he shoot like 8 of them?
No, he has shot 975 of them.
It's like Brooke Lopez or something.
Isn't that good?
That's absurd.
Any guesses?
I was going to throw my hat at Brooke Lopez.
No.
I don't know. Like it's going to be someone stupid like Mark Gasol.
Lauri Markkanen?
Markkanen is on this list. Where was Markkanen? I just saw him. Yeah, Markkanen's at 45.9%.
Well, again,
so top 20.
Yeah, but there has to be a limited number, because there's no way someone has shot over years 54. No one shoots 54%.
There are only, well, it's 52.4%.
Either way, that's absurd.
There are only 2 big men over 50% from 3.
Okay.
Al Horford 51.3, and
I don't know.
52.4.
Sabonis?
Karl Anthony Towns.
Uh-huh.
You didn't think about him, did ya?
There's no way Karl Anthony Towns is shooting the 3 ball at. No, there's no way.
That's
got to be some. Like, are we talking playoffs? There's no way he shoots 54. Like the best shooters in the world shoot in the high 30s, low 40s.
Here it is. Hold on.
There's just no way.
That's field goal percentage. Number 1 though is still Karl Anthony Towns. 41.4.
Okay, that's bad.
Yeah, Matt Bonner.
Yeah, for his career, Karl Anthony Towns shoots 39.8% from 3.
Yeah, that's my bad. But he's still number 1 amongst big men.
Yeah.
Unless you count Matt Bonner.
Matt Bonner.
But
Which
Dirk, if you talk overall field goal percentage, or actually if you talk points, just overall points, it's Dirk.
Dirk. There you go. Durant's, by the way, shooting about a 39% clip for his career from behind the arc.
So he's up there, but I don't know why they don't include him on this.
He's just not. He's not considered.
He's not thought of as a big.
Not thought of as a big.
But the top 5 on here are,
and I bet you
Dirk.
They're all within the last handful of years.
Brooke Lopez, Rasheed Wallace. We forget about Rasheed Wallace.
There you go.
Antoine Walker and Nikola Vucevic. Vucevic. Those 5 guys, and then Kevin Love has pretty good numbers as a big man.
So this is why I roll my eyes a little bit about these numbers, because if you wanted to go back and because Bird was 6'8", 6'9", Magic was 6'9", again Olajuwon was a guy that was supremely talented. Karl Malone was a devastating mid-range jumper guy. In this era, he would have been stepping out shooting threes. Chris Webber, again, like all these guys, they just weren't asked to do it. This was not the game. So when I remember when Dirk came into the league, it was the idea of like it. And by the way, Sheed was ahead of his time. LaMarcus was like this. We used to kill those guys for not playing with why are you playing out at the 3-point line? Why are you playing 20 feet away from the basket? Get your ass under the rim. They got killed for that. And in today's game, that's just what it is. So no offense to.
I still hate it.
No offense to Bonner, or who was the else were you saying in there?
Well, you had Brooke Lopez and Antoine Walker and Rasheed.
Karl Anthony Towns cannot hold Hakeem Olajuwon or Kevin Garnett's jock. So I'm sorry. Great, you can step out and shoot the 3. You were one of the first people to do it. Karl Anthony Towns is not an all-time great. He just isn't.
3-point percentage. I was thinking about Anthony Davis. You know what Davis shoots for his career from 3?
Not great.
Shoot?
Not great. Bill, 29.7%.
What's the Joker out there launching him at? He'll step back and knock him down. He doesn't shoot that many of them, I don't think, but he can knock him down.
Let's take a look.
I'm interested. The Al Horford one too. Al Horford. It's another one where I'm like, really?
Looks like Joker 35% for his career.
So he shoots the ball low. That's
basically if you can shoot it over 33%, it's worth it.
Yeah. Right. Is that what they're saying?
Well, essentially because if you can expect a guy to go 50% from 2, you need to go a third from 3.
Yeah, which is why it's all 3 or nothing now. Yeah. But I still hate seeing guys that big shoot those shots. It's crazy to me.
See, and I hate when this generation rags on the old guys for not shooting the 3 ball, and you're like, well,
it just wasn't a part of the game.
Then rag on the entire NBA. Like people are like, Magic couldn't shoot. Magic wasn't asked to shoot. That was not what Magic Johnson could do anything. Magic has become criminally underrated because it's just like we look at Magic and we're like, well, today's guards would smoke Magic. Well, no, because Magic would evolve to that. Magic was 6'9" and could run. You really think Magic Johnson would struggle to play in today's game, or do you think maybe Magic?
He'd be a magician again.
You think maybe Magic would spend some of his formative years shooting the 3 ball, and that would get a little bit better? I mean, it's just we love to do that. So I don't like when either side, because some of the old heads would be like, today's players are a bunch of pansies. They could never play in our game. Well, they don't have to, because we now don't allow anyone to hand check. We don't allow anyone to get rough with them.
Well, and
they've never had a chance to be tough. But the flip side of it is that the young guys today criticize the way the game was played. you couldn't be like that because someone would take your head off.
And a lot of these bruisers have had to add that to their game. Brooke Lopez was a plodding guy who just took up the paint, and now he's a threat out there. So a lot of guys have added it as it's become important.
All right. More on Mavs Timberwolves a little bit later in the broadcast. We must move on. It is time for In the News. That is next. Here's Buck. I have snorted nothing.
Oh, 97.
It is May 29, 2024. It is time now for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Today is Paperclip Day. Can you imagine having invented the paperclip? I was thinking about that today. I saw a paperclip. I'm like, wow.
Did that person make a lot of money?
Oh, well, I would hope. Paperclips are important.
Is that a patent still? Is it
maybe less so now with
we got the stapler.
Scanning. And
Well, more important, the paperclip or the stapler? Or the staple, I guess.
I would assume it's staple, right?
I would think so,
yeah,
too.
probably stapler, but I would imagine the paperclip came out first.
I would think.
I would think so, too.
But still, like, what a simple thing to have invented.
Shouldn't we know who invented the paperclip?
Should we?
Oh. It is National Paperclip Day. He was a Norwegian named Johan Voller.
Make a lot of money off of that?
The inventor of the paperclip. He had no patent office, so he filed an American patent for a set of square and triangular clips. That was in 1901. So, go Norwegians.
Well, but did he get rich? Because it would be a shame if he didn't. Such a simple thing, yet so important.
I'd have to look up, I don't know what, well, we never heard of him, so.
And is there anything like that out there right now that's that simple to invent? That will be a staple, no pun intended, in 100 years?
I'm trying to think of the
There's
last
gotta be
thing
something.
that's just so stupid, but you're like, oh my
Just
God.
easy. No, I mean, like, hasn't even been, like...
Well, the one that I think about all the time is, we were talking about this the other day. Two things. Wheels. Like, wheels have been around for, like, ever, right? Remember luggage? Like, it wasn't that long ago that luggage didn't have wheels on it. Luggage and trash cans.
So more things with wheels?
Well, I remember having to drag out the stupid garbage when I was a kid. And, like, you had that heavy-ass can, and you either had to, like forklift it up or drag it across the ground. No one thought to put wheels on a trash can, and no one thought to put wheels on luggage until, like, I don't know, what, 15, 20 years ago, where that's the norm?
So what needs wheels now?
That's a good question. I think now we've reached the point now where we're smart enough where if something needs wheels, we put it on it. But that's only in...
Well, this is my question. So in 1900, you said 1901?
1901.
In 1901, it probably couldn't have been that hard to invent the paperclip, could it?
I wouldn't think so.
Like, there was a need for all these things.
Yes.
Like, there was a lot of things you could invent in 1900 because we didn't have anything.
But conceiving the idea
now,
of, like, wrapping up a little bit of piece of metal that would, based on pressure, hold it together, that's pretty genius.
The answer, by the way,
of course.
He did not make any money.
Aw.
No.
But Norway made a nice postage stamp with the paperclip on it for him.
Yes.
Do you think he'd be happy to know that I used a paperclip today in the year 2024?
I would think so, but I would think that he would like it better if he was rich in 1901. But no, he said that he never made any money out of his invention. I'd have to read further into that, but that's like one of the things. The British company that made the paperclips years after that and goes on, but it says it hadn't thought of taking out a patent as the Norwegian did. Not that Valor made any money out of his invention. So,
all right.
I guess it just...
Well, I don't know. It seems to me that we have everything we need now. But of course we don't. As technology evolves, we'll change.
Well, like we did a segment once on things, like someone wrote an article. It's like things that will no longer exist in 10 years.
Right. Keys.
And keys.
Yeah.
We went recently, we got one of the thumbprint on our front door. Dude, it's the best freaking thing we've ever done. That's the best, like, $100 I've ever spent. Oh my God, I don't own a single key now. Other I have my my car has a fob, but it's not a key. That's the only thing. I don't own a single key, and I freaking love it. If you haven't done the electronic locks, do it. Game changer. Yeah, keys are a thing of the past. They're done. Gone.
Yeah. So things evolve, but I don't know. I just feel like it's harder to see now little things that we need.
Well, the simplicity of that is it's hard to imagine.
That's what I mean.
It's
harder to see now. And then the other one is just like kid toys. It often amazes me how some random kid toy blows up and makes somebody a gajillion dollars.
Yeah.
When it's the dumbest thing ever, and it will be in a year, no one will care about it. Yeah. But for some reason, every kid has to have it for Christmas. Yeah. And it's just this little, it's like, you remember Cabbage Patch Kids? Or Or, like all that crap.
Furbies and-
What?
Well, now you're seeing
It's
it
so
more
easy.
in specialized things, like in the field of dentistry. The little Mr. Thirsty straw that you stick in there. Now there's a new one that some company came up with, and it's a better version of the Mr. Thirsty straw. It's got like a little leaf on it or whatever, and like every dentist in the world now buys this mouth vacuum thing. And I'm like, I don't know, it's just slightly different than the standard like Mr. 30. It helps keep your mouth open, and it works way better. And whoever developed that
Simple.
is now worth so much money because every dentist buys one.
Probably a dentist, right?
I would assume.
Well, that's the dream, right? Like, come up with something that everybody is always going to need and have yours be the best at
But I
it.
think it's becoming very specific. Like if you're a dentist, you're going to do that, or a doctor is trying to come up with something that every doctor in the world will want, and those are the people that will be the new pet rock type.
By the way, 1970, the year wheels became a part of luggage.
Well, all I know is growing up, not one of our suitcases had wheels on it. I had to carry that damn thing.
Have you seen the humpback whale?
Yeah.
That washed up out there?
There's only one thing to do.
What?
It's dynamite that son of a bitch.
Oh, come on, man. Can't be doing that.
Why not? Let's go. I think we've learned a lot in the 40 years since we blew up that first whale. I say we give it another crack. If we added
I think
more
it's been more like 60 years.
When was that? Was that the 80s?
Yes.
So, that would be roughly 40
No, I think
and
it
some
was
change?
before that.
I don't know. Either way.
1970.
1970.
Yeah, so 55 years.
Look, I think
same year wheels were attached to luggage.
I think
we blew up a whale all in the same year.
I think we've come a long way.
What a magical year.
I think we've learned more about explosives. I think we've learned about how much to put in there. I don't like that we stopped at one exploding whale. One time it didn't work out.
It didn't work.
Well,
it just didn't.
What would the Wright brothers do if the first time they tried to fly and it crashed? Where would we be then?
Well, they'd be dead.
And we quit after one.
Well, people wouldn't be fighting in the friendly skies, I'll tell you that.
Exactly. We quit after one whale. It got blown up and it didn't go that well. What are we, a bunch of cowards?
So this is out there south of Manzanita. It's just laying there on a pretty remote part of the beach. But yeah, they're saying don't go near it.
No.
It's gonna stink over there. It's gonna smell like farts for a while.
Yep.
And
it's dead, by the way. People.
It is dead.
It's dead. It's not.
They're investigating. There was an oil or like some sort of
tar-like substance.
Tar-like substance. Yeah, they said they're trying to link the two. Perhaps it died of that.
Have you seen the birds? So
Yeah.
they're saying there's a bunch of birds for some unknown reason that keep coming to shore and they're covered in an oil-like substance, but they don't know where that's coming from because we haven't had any reported oil slicks, and so maybe this be tied to it.
They're saying that the carcass will likely just lay on the beach to decay because it provides food for eagles and scavengers.
Well, can I also offer this?
But they don't know yet.
Wouldn't it be easier to scavenge it if it was in many small pieces?
Text line says just put that whale on wheels and drag it out.
Well, they do that some, don't they? Drag them out and float their let their carcasses let other fish get at it out there.
I want to know why this idea of blowing up a whale is so ridiculous now.
Well, because it didn't work.
Well, but it did. It blew it up. It just, didn't blow it up all the way.
Do you want to clean blubber off your car windows?
Well, again, this is an isolated area. We clear out some more room. We add some more dynamite. Maybe we create some sort of netting around, like a dome of net around the whale. And you're telling me that if we said we were going to blow up that whale, live stream, you wouldn't watch it?
Oh, I'd probably watch.
Yeah, you'd watch.
But that doesn't mean it's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
This is dumb, but can you burn the thing?
Well, why not? Yeah, I guess.
I do think blowing it up is the right idea.
Thank you.
I mean, everyone will have plenty of warning this time. There'll be, you imagine, you can lean into this, get a whole bunch of advertising coverage and stuff.
We make it a bit of a party down there. We throw a weekend thing around
The
it.
Exploding Whale Festival down in Manzanita.
There you go. We celebrate Oregon's rich history of blowing up aquatic life.
Come on, Isaac. This is a no-brainer.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, like I said, I'm not saying I wouldn't watch, but I am saying it's
Well, you're
probably
saying it's not the right idea.
It's a bad idea.
I think you're wrong.
Because the whole thing is like they want the whale to decompose now into smaller pieces. let's just help it. Like we'll just, we move the decaying process along.
And can I raise a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we need a news story every time a whale washes up?
Probably not.
Is that news?
It's local news.
It's local news.
But it happens a lot in Oregon. So why?
Do we get a lot of washed up whales?
We do, yeah.
They're usually smaller whales than this. They're like the small beluga whales or like a sea lion. Yeah, stuff washes up, man. When stuff dies in the ocean, and animals know, like instinctually, they come to shore basically to die because they, it's what they do. So how about this too? If we can't blow it up, what about a giant catapult?
Ooh, cool.
Would you?
Now you're talking.
Because would you watch that?
Yes.
If we catapulted the hell out of this thing and we sent it flying like a nice 3 would.
You can make a sport out of that.
Like
people out there in boats trying to avoid it.
Yeah. Well, like we get a bunch of the smart nerds together. Like, what is that BattleBot show? Isn't that what that's called? Right.
Well, every Thanksgiving on, I think it's like the History Channel or something, they have a competition called Pumpkin Chunkin', where they basically huck gigantic pumpkins as far as they can with machines they've created. So you have a contest, so you can build the best machines and just chuck big pieces of whale into the ocean.
I like where we're going with this. You launch it and then we get like some prize money behind it. Because I'll tell you what, I would 100% watch a whale go flying through the air. Holy hell. Let's go.
What if you had a bunch of stand-up paddleboarders in the water and you had to stay standing up?
With the wave?
Yeah.
Like a Running Man sort of death squad game happening. Look, I mean, was it the Iraqis that play that game where like they throw the dead goat in the middle? We huck whales over here.
A lot of potential.
That's what we do.
All right, Salt and Straw with new and fun ways to make you fat. That's next on The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker is now
waiting 30 minutes in a line for. Not happening.
Well, they're releasing a new series of beer-flavored ice cream.
Ooh.
And they will get help from popular breweries around the United States.
Is that good?
They will call it... Okay, well, we've talked about this before. It doesn't matter the flavor. They're all good because it's ice cream.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of that bit, is that you could put... Well, one is like Thanksgiving turkey or something.
They do a blue
and it's
cheese
delicious.
pear one.
Yes, it's delicious.
That's really good.
I had a Nashville hot chicken one that they did that was pretty good. It had like fried chicken skin on it. It's crazy.
Because when you bite into it, you think, oh, this is going to be weird. Oh, it's not, because it's ice cream, and ice cream is delicious.
It is.
Text line says, Salt and Straw's new flavor, humpback honeycomb huckleberry, coming soon.
That's right. I'd take a pull of that. Although, have you ever had whale blubber? It's the most vile substance you will ever eat. In Alaska,
no, I haven't.
In Alaska, they call it muktuk, and it's fried whale blubber in the whale oil, and like the natives eat it, and I'm telling you, it's the most objectionable thing you will ever eat in your entire life.
Wow.
So this will be released on Friday. The ice cream maker will attempt to satisfy various tastes with porter, stout, lager, ale, and hazy IPA flavors.
None of that sounds good, but
they are tapping 5 of the most amazing microbrewers in America for one incredible flight of delicious beer-based ice creams from Seattle to Portland to Santa Rosa and Miami to LA. These brewers keep their hometowns double and triple hopping with the best beers you've ever tasted.
Can I just get like a Hams ice cream instead? Like from the
nice Rainier scoop?
Yeah, from the land of sky blue waters to delicious ice cream as opposed to a hazy IPA.
Kim Malik, oh wait, this is Tyler Malik, said, you can't just combine beer and cream.
No?
Beer is delicious, but its flavor just isn't concentrated enough to stand up to the ice cream's high fat content. And if you try to cook off some of the water in order to intensify the flavor, you distort the character of the very beer you were trying to feature in the first place.
Oh, all right.
Celebrating different beers and ice cream, that is, figuring out how to deconstruct each one and put it back together in sweet, creamy form so the brewer's original creation is accurately reflected in each scoop, has become one of my favorite ice cream making puzzles.
All right. Well,
that's fantastic.
That's cool. I've never
glad
thought
he
about
explained it
I've
that
never
way.
thought about the challenges of that.
Right.
I have, but only because of the reverse of it. There are a lot of breweries now that are trying to put lactose into some of their beers to make like these like milkshake IPAs and stuff like that. And I think trying to pair like the milk with the beer flavor is ridiculously hard. So yeah, it's a huge task for this guy.
Okay, do you want the flavors?
Yeah, what do we got?
Seattle's, is it Mightier? The pen is Mightier. Mightier Black Stripe Porter? I don't know.
I don't know.
Does anybody know the name of that
It's clearly a play
brewery?
on words with the pen's mightier than the sword,
Yeah.
but...
Well, no, the name of the brewery is Metier.
Right, I'm saying, but the...
it's
like
probably
it's a
play on
pun,
words.
so it's got to sound similar to that word.
Seattle's Metier Black Stripe Porter.
Okay. Don't know that one, but sure.
It is Seattle's... Oh, it is a black-owned brewery and has become the archetype of how breweries can build community through beer. The second one is Breakside's Barrel-Aged Chocolate Stout.
Right.
That, of course, from Portland.
That seems like that one, the whole chocolate stuff.
That
I
gets
could-
me interested.
I could see where that works.
Yep.
The third one is Russian River's Supplication Ale with Manchego.
I have had a Russian River ale before.
Russian River makes
Santa-
Pliny the Elder.
What?
Russian River makes Pliny the Elder. No, that's a big beer in the beer circles.
Okay. That's from Santa Rosa. And then we have the Monkish Space Cookies and Creamy Hazy IPA.
Oh.
That's from Southern California.
Okay.
And then we have from Miami, we have La Tropical's La Original Lager with Guava.
All right, that may intrigue me. I like a nice lager.
Mm.
That may be my favorite of the flavors so far that we've thrown out.
So those will be released on Friday
Okay.
at Salt and
So
Strong.
get ready to wait a long time to have some ice cream.
Unless you go to the cooler.
There's your In the News for May 29, 2024. The Hot 5 at 5 is next on The Fan.
Dusty here for Victorico's Mexican Food to tell you about one of their new menu
Nice little Wednesday. It's your Sports Bros, Romp and Soup.
Sada.
A.K.A. Isachi. What's going on?
Excited about the new Asachi line of senior living coming soon.
Asachi Living.
Dude, I can't wait.
Be on the lookout.
Can I get involved in that? How old do I have to be? Thing is, like, because I live next door to the olds, and I wondered, like, how could I infiltrate, like, Fairway Village? Could I just weasel my way in and see if anyone called me on it?
You know, it's actually a decent question. Like, how do you...
I don't know.
What if you need... You know, like memory care or...
Well, I walk by, I'm
and
in
you're
that,
50.
I'm in that neighborhood all the time, and I see plenty of homes for sale, and I'm like, what if I just buy one? And I use, like, I don't know, I use some elderly person as some sort of ruse, and the next thing you know, I move in. How long before someone figured out that I was living amongst the olds and raised a ruckus?
I'm guessing they'll take your money.
Yeah, right.
As long as you pay.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't care.
Yeah, I pay, and, I'm there. I pay my HOA, and, I walk my dog, clean up the poo, keep a low profile. I'm just saying, don't rule me out of Asachi fine living just because of my age.
Well,
I've got the poo in my hands.
We
I do
have a very busy show. We've got Ryan Buckley with a college baseball betting trend you're going to want to hear.
Yeah. If you've ever thought I need to be more of a gambling degenerate, Ryan Buckley is here for you.
Well, I do remember the guy he got this from was Colin Wilson from Action Network, and we used to have him on. And I do remember him once saying the two sports that he loves to bet the most, that he has the most success with, are college baseball and golf.
Which is so weird. College, I always thought, like, if you gambled on college baseball, you should go to meetings, but
nah, I don't know,
he says
man.
there's money to be had.
Yeah.
Well, he brought this trend up last year. It held again. It's one that holds specifically in the regional round to Omaha. So it's
okay,
and it'll come into play on Saturday, not Friday.
All right, we're going to get to that this hour, I promise. Also, I saw a list today, and we're not terribly into list radio, but
Mount Rushmore. Go.
I'll tell you what, this list was great, and it was very interesting, and I want to present it to you. And we have, if we have time, we have some audio. We have the Oklahoma announcer, the high school soccer announcer, who is in hot water for hot mic comments.
Yeah, we've had a lot of hot mics lately.
Yeah.
I would tell you what, over the years, I have become way more conscious. Like, when we go off the air, just shut up. Shut up. It's just sometimes silence is golden. You just assume that every mic is on.
Excuse me.
I'm going to do this one first.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you know how to spell my name?
What?
Spell my name.
R-O-P-P.
My first name.
Yeah, Isaac.
Spell it.
Why?
He doesn't know how to spell my name.
It's I-S-S. No,
that's
use the other. Wait.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I know. I do this every time.
God, you're a piece of All right.
Read the Bible next time, Sue. Come on.
No,
it's
not,
Isaac. Oh.
It's not two S's, it's two A's.
Yeah, that's right. It's not what it says here, but yeah, that's right.
What?
It's Isaac.
Oh, yeah. It's I-S-A-A-C.
Yeah.
Okay. I always do that. I always do two S's, but it's not. It's
cool.
two A's.
Yeah, that's
Spell my last name, f***er.
S-C-U-K-A-N-E-C.
Damn it.
It's not fucking hard.
Well, either way. I got it. It just took me a second.
No, you did
I always put two S's
You don't know
there.
how to spell my name. Look at that.
I-S-A-A-C.
Damn it, you. Yeah, that's real. The mics.
That's the real
The
conversation.
mics are always
Freaking
rolling.
love that every time.
Yeah, it's great. That's great stuff. Mike Lynch was rolling on that.
Yeah.
We heard him in the background there.
Yeah,
Great, Mike.
back in the day. All right. What was I going to tell you? Oh, the club tonight. I have a story about how you should have handled that famous jaywalking ticket you once received.
Yeah.
We have a story about that.
Where was that 20 plus years ago?
Did you see this story at all?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Did someone get a $300 jaywalking ticket?
Well, they got a jaywalking ticket. And let me tell you something. They waged war on the cop.
Really?
Yes.
Mm.
And
I'm always up for a good jaywalking story. To this day, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. It's ridiculous.
we do have trash balloon news.
I saw this. This is fantastic. I don't want to give dictators any credit, but bravo, sir. Bravo.
So that's what we have coming up right now. Let's get to the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, we've got another Kansas City Chief in trouble.
Yeah, whoops.
They just can't stay out of the headlines, can they?
No.
This is defensive lineman Isaiah Buggs. He is renting a home in Alabama, and he has been hit with 2 misdemeanor warrants for animal cruelty. In the second degree, apparently the house he is renting, there were 2 dogs left on the back porch of this home. It was a gray and white pit bull and a black Rottweiler. Screened in back porch, no access to food or water.
Yeah,
both dogs neglected and malnourished.
Yeah, they said they looked like hell. And they got. I've never understood that.
He left them there. He abandoned them.
Yeah,
because he moved out.
He just leave the dogs there. What a piece of crap. Although it's like I don't think either one is a felony, which it should be.
No, they're both misdemeanors.
Both misdemeanors, but you know.
So his attorney says, under no circumstances does Mr. Buggs condone the mistreatment of animals. The dogs at issue did not belong to him, and he was unaware they remained at the property in question. Which could be
Number 4.
In fairness,
I don't buy that for a second. He got arrested at a hookah lounge. Did you see that?
No. Did they pull him out of a hookah lounge?
Yeah, it was in a hookah lounge. They came up and were like, yeah. You're gonna need you.
Chiefs have had an interesting bingo card this offseason.
I know. Sure. Yeah. Restricted free agent wide receiver Juwan Jennings re-signs with the 49ers. Ryan Buckley's 49ers.
It's got Ayuk has to be out of there, and it's only a matter of time, right? They re-signed Jennings, 2 years, $15 million and some change. They spent their first-round pick on Pearsall, the receiver out of Florida, former Arizona State kid. Like,
too many guys in the room.
Yeah, and they paid Debo a bunch of money. Like Debo or Ayuk, one of them's got to go. Like, there's just no way that they start the season or they finish the season with all 4 of these guys.
So Jennings gets 2 years, up to $15 million. He will get $10.5 million guaranteed.
By the way, I'd rather have Ayuk, but
Oh, than Jennings?
No.
Than Samuel? I would too.
If I had to get one of those, I'd pay Ayuk and I would let Debo.
I think that's what the Niners want to do as well.
I'd let Debo go, but we'll see.
Bronny James is staying in the draft. Shams says that LeBron's son possibly could go to the Suns at number 22, says he likely will only work out for LA and Phoenix. So LeBron clearly has his ducks in a row as to how to funnel Bronny into the league.
I love that a borderline kid that may not get drafted is saying that he will not sign a 2-way contract and he won't work out for anyone not named Phoenix or LA. If Phoenix's plan is to draft him and then lure LeBron to sign like a minimum contract to come play in Phoenix, good one. But I'll tell you what, Ishbia is becoming the biggest dumbass in the NBA.
Well, he traded away all those picks. It might be the only card he has left to play.
I am actively rooting for Phoenix to just nosedive into the side of the mountain.
If you must know, Bronny tested as one of the fastest and most explosive prospects at the pre-draft combine.
Except he can't play basketball.
And he came in 3 inches under what he's been saying for years.
They have him rated 54th in the ESPN Top 100.
And yet he's like, nope, not working out for anyone but LA or Phoenix. And his agent, just so you know, don't you dare sign us to a 2-way contract.
All charges against Scottie Scheffler dropped by the Louisville PD. Stipulation is neither side will seek legal damages from the other. Prosecutors said in court that Scheffler's assessment of a misunderstanding was actually corroborated by the evidence that they collected. There was new audio released today. We played it for you earlier, but Scheffler does admit he should have stopped, but was also hit with a flashlight and said he was scared because he did not know who the guy was. He did not know he was a cop.
The truth lies always in the middle of things. And yes, Scheffler should have respected the, hey, stop, but the cop lied. He 100% lied and fabricated what happened.
No way.
So, sorry, dude. And your body camera happened to be turned off magically. Stop it. Overzealous cop. And the audio shows the second cop coming in kind of being an ass as well. Not one of those cops had the wherewithal to be like, look, we do not want this heat. We don't want this smoke.
And none of them knew who he was.
No. Even though he was in the car. He was in the PGA car, marked.
Come too far together to stop.
They don't watch golf.
I guess not.
Pays to watch golf. Cops.
Number 1.
I just can't believe someone there couldn't calm everyone down and go level-headed.
And we've got some NBA coaching news. Tyronn Lue gets a lucrative extension to stay the head coach of the Clippers.
Heck yeah.
What'd they say on that? 5 years, $70 million?
Yeah.
That's right.
Boutros.
God,
Golly.
is he really that good?
It's supposed he won an NBA title, but
Players like him.
Yeah, the players like, and I figured the key to being an NBA coach is just like JJ Redick's going to get hired simply because LeBron likes him. Like, as long as players like you, they're like, no, here, take this. Chauncey Billups, Jason Kidd.
So Lue will be one of the highest paid coaches in the NBA. Favorite to land the Lakers job is now JJ Redick. That decision coming soon. And the Wizards have just taken the interim tag off of Brian Keefe. He will be their head coach.
How long before?
2 years.
I was going to say, how long would we
they
have sat here before you were able to come up with Brian Keefe?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask, how long will he last?
Oh, well, yeah, he'll be gone. He'll be gone.
But I think the answer is 2 years to both questions.
Well, and I saw the headline Washington to hire Keefe, and I assumed it was like the Washington Capitals hiring Sheldon Keefe, the Toronto coach. I didn't know I did not know there was an NBA Keefe involved anywhere.
Or Stacey O'Keefe. Is that an NBA name?
Stacey O'Keefe's an actor, I believe.
Stacey Keach is an actor. Stacey O'Keefe. Let's find out.
Is there a
O'Keefe?
Yeah, isn't there a Stacey O'Keefe?
Yeah, there is a Stacey O'Keefe.
What, did he play ball somewhere? Maybe Stanford?
No, I think she's a hot.
Oh, all right.
When you pull up Stacey O'Keefe, it's
Girl,
just,
you something else.
yeah, she's on LinkedIn. She's like an author. She's kind of a hot. Oh.
Well,
Georgia O'Keefe, artist.
I don't know. Surely we don't know our Keefes or our O'Keefes.
I was thinking of Stacey Keach, the actor.
Yeah,
but that's not Keefe.
No, it's
Keefe.
Keach. I don't know.
But it's close.
I thought maybe you were confusing the two.
I thought there was a basketball player. Was it Adam O'Keefe?
Adam Keefe.
Adam O'Keefe. Adam Keefe.
It was Adam Keefe, right?
Yes. He played at Stanford. Is he the new coach of the Wizards?
He might as well be. Because let me tell you what. Whoever the coach is there, they're not fixing what's wrong with the Washington Wizards. Right? There's a lot going. You could be the coach, and I'm being dead serious. What was he? What's this dude's name again?
Adam Keefe had 9 years in the NBA.
Adam Keefe, yeah.
Brian Keefe, right? Is that right? Brian
Sure.
Keefe. He's
Brian O'Keefe.
Brian Keefe. You could take that job. I could give you that head coach job. And as long as you kept the same assistants and the structure and the same players, I contend that you could win within 7 games of where the Wizards will be under Brian Keefe. 7. That's what he means. With you as head coach. And you don't know what like you're not going in, you're like, hey, I'm just going to defer to the assistants, right? Kind of figure things out. They win within 7 games. That's what he means.
Well, I'd take that salary, I'll tell you that.
Yes, you would.
And then I'd hope they'd fire me so I could get the salary and then not coach those boneheads. Who do they have? Don't they have like old ass
Kuzma's on that team.
He's a moron.
Yeah, he's the one who didn't want to go to Dallas because they weren't a contender.
Kuzma's on that
Russell
team.
Westbrook.
Bagley is on that squad.
I know. Westbrook's on the Clippers.
Boy, my God. I'm looking through their roster. It is a lot of like who?
Wasn't Westbrook?
He was at one
Wasn't he
point.
with the Wizards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyus Jones is on that squad.
Dude, great.
Jordan Poole, if you will.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went
An NBA champion with the Warriors.
Oh my God! Remember, at one point, a building block of that.
Yeah.
They went.
Boy, that
they went
spiraled.
15-67. So you're telling me that with Isaac Ropp
I
as
gotta
the
win
coach,
8 games.
You're telling me you can't do that?
Or 23.
Guaranteed.
I bet you could win
22.
8.
You could win 8 games.
You could win 8 with your eyes closed.
Yeah, we
Yes.
got this.
For half of what it's costing them for Keefe.
Tell you how I'll do it. I'll bench Kyle Kuzma. That's how I'll do it.
Maybe
That
bring in
sucks.
Adam Keefe as an assistant.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell yeah.
He was an assistant. They just promoted him. See?
I'm bringing in that hot Stacey O'Keefe. I'm
And
bringing in Adam Keefe,
And Stacey Keach, the actor.
Stacey Keach, and Brian
Is
Keefe.
he alive still, Stacey Keach?
Dude, he was a hard ass.
I know.
No, he's dead. He's so dead. He's
Is-
got to be.
You don't know.
I don't, but I think he's dead. That'd be my bet.
He was that.
No, he's alive. 82.
Wow.
See?
You don't hear a boo about him.
That old surly. Every movie he played
God,
in,
I
he was
bet
He's
a
a
surly
red ass
bastard.
jerk in
I
all
bet
of them.
he is hammered.
I remember him playing the neo-Nazi leader in American History
Yeah,
X.
dude. And he was like he was in all those old westerns like the Long Riders. I guarantee him and Lee Marvin just sat around and just got drunk and sexually harassed people. Like Like, he just was an old, surly bastard.
Yeah, I never feel like it's going well. When you have a celebrity that you haven't heard from or anything about in years,
Yeah.
I don't think, oh, they're probably thriving somewhere. I never think that.
No.
I always think, oh, God.
Yeah, he's just
I
drunk
picture
somewhere.
him just housed with no shirt in some trailer park, blew all his money,
Reliving the
divorced
old days.
5 times.
Reliving the old days as Mike Hammer, Private Eye.
I remember Mike
Yeah,
Hammer.
he played Mike. Someone sat and was like, "Hey, we only need one man to play Mike Hammer, Stacy Keach."
Apparently, he's done a ton of stage work. Like I'm looking at his Wikipedia, and both before and after his movies, he did a ton of theater.
All right. Well,
So there's
rest
that.
in peace.
Hamlet, King Lear, etc.
Probably dead soon, Stacy Keach. Okay, Victor Rico's Mexican Food brings you the Hot 5 at 5, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Ryan Buckley disseminates college baseball betting trends to you next on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast.
Or these times may be Eastern. Let me double check that.
I would assume, because that'd be 9 o'clock Pacific. I don't think that.
Well, you're right, because they're playing in San Diego or
they're in
Santa Barbara.
So there's no way they're playing at 9. So I'm guessing that noon is indeed local time.
Yeah. So that's Friday, and then this is the college baseball tournament.
Yes,
and
the
then
regionals, not to be confused with the super regionals and or the World Series.
Oregon State will play.
Isn't it
Tulane?
Tulane, 4-seed Tulane, correct.
6 o'clock, ESPN 2, Friday. Now, here's what's most important. What's most important is, now you can't do this on DraftKings here in Oregon because it's only pro sports on DraftKings. But if you have other ways to bet on college sports, like, I don't know, A.
There you
go. Ryan Buckley has a monster college baseball betting trend for you.
A la Ravens preseason football.
Yeah, so this is from Colin Wilson, who Isaac referenced earlier. I believe he's a Kansas City guy, isn't he?
He has, I think,
he has
I
ties.
think he's from Arkansas.
Okay.
But he's a...
But
his profile picture is him wearing a Royals hat,
Yes.
so I assume
he's a Midwest guy.
Yeah.
But I think he went to Arkansas.
But he has been betting baseball for as long as you've been able to bet baseball, and he's been tracking all kinds of different trends. And there's a really simple one. It's not always as profitable as like, oh, this is going to be even money. So you have to realize the returns aren't going to be massive, but the trend almost always holds. And that is when a 1 or 2 seed loses their first game on Friday, they beat a higher seed. If they play a higher seed in the second game on Saturday, they win that game 87% of the time straight up.
That is a hell of a trend.
That's crazy.
And so that's...
Well, how big is that sample
the sample size? So he narrowed it down to since the 2017 season. And so occurrences of 1 and 2 seeds losing and then facing a higher seed, it was like, I guess it would be 72 times it's happened. It's 66 and 7.
Damn.
Boy, I'll tell you what. I have never bet on college baseball. That's pretty tempting.
So you can essentially blindly just go and take any 1 or 2 seed that loses on Friday and bet them on Saturday and expect that to come in 87% of the time.
By the way, that would be 73 times, not 72.
That's correct. Not my strong suit.
In the interest of accuracy.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
right.
that's all right. Well, can we put you in charge of, because I know you're going to bet these.
I will, of course, bet these.
Can we put you in charge of
I'll track it.
revisiting this and tracking that?
Yeah, we'll talk about it on. Well, we won't talk about it on Monday because you guys won't be here. But
Oh yeah,
that's tasty.
Well, whenever we have a show next, we'll cover it.
Next time, it's at the end of the week.
Okay, so if the 1 or 2 seed, so how do you know who's a 1 or 2 seed here?
Well, I mean, all the regions have. I mean, essentially,
so it's just in their seed. The 1 or 2 seed in, 1 or 2 seed in their region.
Yeah, correct. Basically, the
top 2 teams in their region. If they play one of the worst, a worse seed.
So let's say your 2 seed loses and plays the 4 seed, who lost to the 1 seed.
The 2 will win.
The 2 will win.
87.
If the 1 seed loses and plays the 3, they'll win, or the 4 they'll win. Well, I guess they can't play the 4, but yeah.
All right, I like where we're going with this.
Okay, thanks, Colin Wilson.
Yeah.
I hope that's right.
Now watch us all get screwed here.
Well, trends are always going to come back to earth. The other thing is, the books have to know this, and so the returns may be minimal, but the percentages are high.
Yeah. So what they'll do is
move the juice.
They'll move the juice. Meaning, if the 2 seed now plays the 4 seed, and they know this number, which I'm sure that they do,
you're gonna have to spend more.
Yes, you have to drop $250 to win 100.
Yeah, and then at that point, even at 87, I don't like any bets like that. It's just those are silly. If I have to bet more to win less, that's not my jam. You always see that dude who bets like $100,000 to win like $5,000.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, well,
yeah. Why would you risk that?
I don't know. I know that's a sure thing, but
no, it isn't. That's the fallacy.
Exactly.
There's no such thing as a sure thing. Of course, his odds are probably pretty good, but yeah, that's a lot of dough to put on line to win 5 Gs.
Exactly.
Although when you win, you're like, oh, easiest bet ever.
But that's my point is if you have $100,000, because you never place a bet that you can't lose, right? That's just gambling 101.
No, you never.
So if you've got 100 Gs that it doesn't murder you if you lose it, is 5,000 like that's not that much money. If you've got $100,000 to burn, what's 5? I don't know. I just don't. I've never.
It doesn't make sense.
No.
To me.
But like if the trend is so good and you're going to make even 40 cents on the dollar, then that it starts to become interesting.
Well, but maybe to the person who has the $100,000, it's much like you and I betting.
Yeah, and so them
50.
They're like whatever. It's $5,000.
Like, who cares?
Yeah, you get $5,000, then you Yeah,
and then you can go party.
Yeah, you do whatever.
Have a good night out with that.
Yeah, have a great time with $5,000.
All right, I saw a list today, and dang, it is a good list. Good ass list.
Let's go.
That will be next. But first, Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings tossed with a perfect dry rub and served with a killer trio of sauces online at bigschicken.com. First on the Fan in the association, the Clippers and head coach Tyronn Lue have reportedly agreed to terms on a 5-year, $70 million contract extension. The Blazers held pre-draft workouts for former Oregon Duck and Indiana Hoosier big man Kel'el Ware, as well as G League Ignite forward Tyler Smith. On the diamond, the Mariners look for their 4th straight win tonight and their 3rd in a row over division rival Houston. George Kirby gets the ball for Seattle tonight. Justin Verlander on the hill for the Astros. First pitch from T-Mobile at about 6:40. Coming up in just a matter of moments, Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals between the Oilers and Stars tonight in Edmonton. The Oilers trying to even that series at 2 games apiece. It'll be over on TNT. And in Louisville, the Louisville Police Department have dropped all charges against Scottie Scheffler after his arrest before round 2 of the PGA Championship at Valhalla. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
It's back! The 10th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Thursday, July 11th. Presented by Autotown GMC. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Edwards holding the ball at midcourt. Watched by Derek Jones Jr. Shot clock at 7. Edwards moving right with a timer at 5. Left-hand dribble. Now at the top of the key. Right side. 18-footer on the way. It's good for Edwards with 39 seconds left. Minnesota up 5. 102-97.
Yeah, that was a big shot there.
Yeah,
I mean,
look,
it wasn't the best choice of shot.
But it felt like Dallas had grabbed the momentum, and it was like, oh, crap. And
he knocked it down.
He knocked it down,
That was a big one.
that was the cushion.
Who's Leading the Charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Power up your spring at Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited.
doing a statement in the Scottie Scheffler ordeal?
Is that statement, I'm a dumbass?
Kind of.
Won't someone think of the pants?
We'll tell you what he said. But
Show us the pants, Gillis.
Seriously, I do. I want to see.
He does address the pants.
Who has them?
I want to see a photo of the pants.
Does the department have them? Does he have them?
And this bruising that occurred in the 6 seconds, that all this went down.
Real quick, I want to tell you about a list I saw today that I thought was awesome. John Wilner put this out there.
Okay.
And he is of
San Jose Mercury News.
There you go, San Jose Mercury News. Now, normally I find him to be a bit of an eye roll, but this one, he was asking the question, is Bill Walton the greatest athlete in Pac-12 history?
Oh, okay.
And I thought, oh, that's interesting. And so I clicked on it, and usually it's behind a paywall, but for some reason it let me read this one. And the 10 he put together a top 10 list. And dude, are you ready?
Well,
are you sitting down?
And we're going
Conference of Champions provides some heavy hitters.
We're going across all sports.
Any sport.
They're going to be monsters. Now, I'm asking the question. One, where are the white power rankings? And two, what?
I just have always preferred the whites.
How much of this is based solely on college, and how much of this is in? Because if we're going I said Bill Walton is the second greatest college basketball player of all time, behind
Kareem.
So 1 and 2. But if we're saying like Bill Walton did not have the professional career that John Elway had. So if we're saying the best collegiate athlete, Elway's college career, they never went to a bowl game at Stanford. But Elway goes 2 Super Bowls and one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. So how do we judge this?
Are you judging it based on their
like,
total body of work or what they did in college?
I feel like based on this list, he is talking about their entire body of work, including professional sports.
All right.
And maybe even, with someone like Walton, like community impact. Because
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you know who's number 1 on the list? Jackie freaking Robinson.
It's pretty good.
UCLA.
Multi-sport athlete.
Dude.
Pretty good.
Also, okay, so here, I'll go 10 down. Pat Tillman, 10.
Okay, well, look, I'll say it for the record. Pat Tillman is a personal, I love Pat Tillman. He is an absolute hero of mine and not the one-dimensional crap that they try to throw out there. Pat Tillman was a complex human being and was an amazing man who I respect beyond belief. Pat Tillman is not one of the 10 greatest athletes in Pac-12 history. That's stupid. That's the part that bothers me. Like, that's pandering. That's just pandering to put him on that list.
Well, you can take that up with John Wilner.
No, I will. That's
number 9,
ridiculous.
Arthur Ashe. Send him a sternly worded email. Arthur Ashe.
Okay.
Again,
I don't know a whole lot. I don't know a lot about him in college, but
obviously very impactful.
UCLA guy too, right? I think he's UCLA.
I don't know. Cheryl Miller.
Okay.
Number 7.
She's UCLA, right?
No, she's USC.
Oh, that's right.
And a lot of people consider Cheryl Miller to be the greatest female basketball player of all time.
She's 8th. Number 7, Annika Sorenstam.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Stanford, maybe?
Damn, I knew you were going to ask that. Hold on.
I honestly didn't know, because she's a Swede. She was born and raised in Sweden. Has the
She went
accent
to
and everything.
Arizona.
Oh, I didn't know she came over here for college.
Well, most of the really good golfers overseas do.
It's like weird to think about Victor Hovland being an Oklahoma State guy.
Yeah.
Well, Ludwig Oberg went to Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yes.
My man Ludwig? Also, was he I think he's a Swede too.
Ludwig?
He's a Scandinavian. I believe
he's
he's a Swede as well.
Okay, Steve Prefontaine.
Good one.
Yeah, but
that is good.
I think what they're going for is kind of icon-like status.
Yes.
It's less about total performance.
Greatest
and
athlete in Pac-12.
Staying power of the name.
Okay, listen to the top 5.
All right.
Jackie Robinson.
This, again, I'm not arguing with
Bill Walton.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And Barry Bonds.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Dude.
Pretty good.
I mean,
honestly, I think 60-10 is stupid. The top 5, it's hard to argue with, but...
Well, they're all huge names.
Kareem's one.
Could you... if you did this list for every league, would it look like this?
Probably. I mean...
Because that top 5, I'll put that top 5 up with any league.
It's ridiculous.
And I'll do that blindly.
But, you could go... some of these conferences have obviously changed over the years. Like the Big 12, I mean, is it like that? You're getting back into the whole SWAC and the Big 8. But if you took the ones that have been around a long time, you take the Big 10 and you take the SEC, your list is going to be very, very similar to this, where you're like, holy crap, there's some heavy hitters there. I'll look at the greatest. You want to do SEC or Big 10?
I'd like to do Big 10 because I think Big 10 is, I feel like, well, part of the Pac-12's allure in this realm here is Conference of Champions, like all sports.
Okay, well, I'll give you this.
And I think the Big 10 is just more of a well-rounded conference outside of football than the SEC,
Okay.
but I may be wrong.
Well, so I know for a fact, and this is off the top of my head, I'll look it up, who the other ones are, but like Jackie Robinson is tough, obviously for a cultural impact. The Big 10, I think one-ups Jackie Robinson, and that's hard to do because they've got a guy from Ohio State. Maybe you heard of him. It's called Jesse Owens. Jesse Owens. You want to talk cultural impact?
He went to Kansas.
No, Jesse Owens, Ohio State.
I don't think you're right about that.
I'm 99% certain that Jesse Owens was Ohio State. But please, again, check me. Because maybe my 1%
I'm a rock chalker, bro.
Maybe
He's our guy.
Maybe I'm full of crap.
Well, if he went to University of Kansas, it would be hard to understand the Ohio State Buckeyes official website having his profile on there.
Yeah, he's a Buckeye.
Why did I think he went to Kansas?
I don't know. But no offense to Jackie Robinson, who broke the color barrier and did an amazing thing. Jesse Owens went into the 1932 games, and Adolf Hitler was running that was going to be the white man is the greatest athlete in the Third Reich, and we're going to show him that we're superior. Jesse Owens went into Munich and gave the finger to Hitler in the world. I'm sorry. Like, you want to talk about cultural impact? Jesse Owens is number one. Jesse Owens might be number one of anything. I mean, that's a big freaking deal. So I just know that off the top of my head with him being Ohio State. I'll look up and see what other
all these years I've claimed him.
Have you really?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, that's an odd.
It's weird. I know. I'm
got Wilt?
Yeah, we have Wilt, and we have Gail Sayers.
Why did you think you?
And of course the great Rafe LaFrenz. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
That's a weird.
I've disappointed myself.
Well, the problem is, like, you scared me for a little bit. Like, I said I was 99% certain, but you know the last time I said I was 99% certain on something was the tape measure.
Yeah.
I walked into that tape measure thing confident. And so when you said Kansas, I was like, oh my God, Rob's from Kansas. He went to Kansas. I started to panic.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of Billy Mills. He's our guy. Why I confused him with Jesse Owens?
Jim Thorpe went to high school in Lawrence, Kansas?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the stretch.
I don't know. Let's move on. Who else is on the Big Ten list?
I'm scrolling to try to find a list. Can I tell you that I'm just trying to find a nice little list here, and the freaking pop-up ads are driving me crazy.
You should throw your computer.
I'm just trying to find
Tom Brady, Michigan.
A nice list.
My man Tony's helping me out here on text.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
So Tom Brady at Michigan.
Yes.
You have Jack Nicklaus, Ohio State.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's pretty damn good.
That's really good.
Although, I mean, Tiger. Jack, Tiger.
Well, Archie Griffin, 2-time Heisman. Does that do anything for you?
Not really.
No?
No.
Magic Johnson?
That's great.
Yeah, you throw Magic in that top 5, I think.
You got Red Grange.
You're losing me.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the definitive list, and every time I click on one of these, it's giving me some other stupid thing that I have to navigate. Driving me a bit crazy.
Well, that doesn't work too well on the radio, Jace.
Well, sorry, man.
Michael Phelps went to Michigan.
Who did?
Oh.
Michael Phelps, the swimmer.
Oh, that's pretty good.
The ridiculous Olympian.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think you're gonna have a hard time beating the top 5. From
when we come back from break, I will compile. I'll take someone else's list, and we'll come up with the SEC and the Big Ten's greatest, and we can go from there.
That's a mighty pledge by you.
I'll get it. The problem is there's a link in this article, right? And it says the conference's 50 greatest athletic icons, which is, you would think that that's nice. And when I go to it, all it gives me is Archie Griffin, and then that's the only one it lets me see, which kind of pisses me off, to be quite honest with you.
All right, and we're going to hear from I'm going to read you the statement. You're not going to hear from him, but the Detective Gillis.
Yeah.
Whose $80 pants
Show us the pants
were ripped. He has issued a statement on the Scottie Scheffler shenanigans. So we'll get to that as well. It is 5:48 on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX, the future.
Incident. Scottie Scheffler had his charges dropped today. More audio came out of him talking to the second cop at the scene, who was also an ass.
Yeah.
But look, I'll just tell you what the prosecutor said. This is the prosecutor, okay? So they're looking at this impartially, looking at this with the evidence, and they said in court today, they said all the evidence that we collected is actually a corroboration of what Scottie is saying, which was it was a giant misunderstanding.
Yes.
So that's where we're at. So Detective Gillis, he is the guy who had the $80 pants that he'll never get back.
They were damaged beyond repair. That whiny bitch.
He's the guy who claims to have been dragged by the car, and
I would just like to put that he wrote that in his report that the pants were damaged beyond repair and that he was drugged to the ground.
And Scottie also said that he felt like this guy he basically said this guy assaulted him.
Yes.
He just didn't know he was a cop.
Yeah.
When he was trying to get him out of the car, he hit him with his flashlight. So here is what Detective Brian Gillis said. He said, a tragic incident occurred and the family of Mr. Mills remains in my family's thoughts and prayers. This was a chaotic situation for everyone involved. Ensuring the safety of everyone in the vicinity was my utmost priority. Mr. Scheffler and I agree that there will be no ill will over this going forward. Instead of giving a negative public reaction, he chose to speak with dignity, humility, and respect. My family and I appreciate that. It was unfortunate and disturbing to hear Steve Romine's commentary today claiming that a false arrest was made and for him to challenge my honesty and integrity. Steve Romine's, by the way, is Scheffler's attorney.
Yeah.
He goes on to say, I'd be surprised and disappointed if Mr. Scheffler actually had any part in making those statements. To be clear, I was drugged by the car. I went to the ground and I received visible injuries to my knee and wrist.
You didn't. We saw it.
I'm going to recover from it and it will be okay. This is the extent of my commentary on the incident. The reality is that there are more important things in the world right now than a back and forth over this. A person lost his life that day and a family had lost a loved one. At the end of the day, I take pride in working for the people in the community to preserve their safety. I've spent 2 decades trying to protect this city through some challenging times, and I would like to keep doing so without the distractions caused by this series of events. I wish Scottie Scheffler and his family all the best. Sincerely, Detective Brian Gillis.
Does this make him sound to me, at least it does to me, like a bigger douche? Like, you didn't get drugged to the ground.
The only thing I can think of is
the video.
Well, when we see him run and hit the car, is that because we've missed the front part of a video where he fell and got up and is chasing after it? That's the only thing I can think of, because what we saw definitely doesn't include that. Could there have been something that happened before what we saw?
He obviously fell. He ripped his pants. He hurt his little knee. He got a little boo-boo. But I think...
Oh, no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh, no.
The prosecutor even said there's no way to... We have nothing that shows or proves that he was dragged by the car.
Yeah.
And, by the way, there are 2 witnesses who say that the officer was not dragged by the car.
So that's the part I don't understand. He is doubling down on this, and Darlington says didn't see it. We have video of what seems to be where Scheffler is trying to enter, and we have the confrontation, and he clearly, and this is where he attached himself to the car, he was not drugged to the ground.
No, but like Buckley said, there is a part of that where you don't see him.
Because if Scheffler was turning and then he realized the guy had been on his car and fell off, he might have stopped, and that's when he ran up. I don't know.
We have multiple reporters that said they saw what happened. We have 2 other eyewitnesses that said they saw what happened. We have video of seemingly most of the incident. I don't know, man.
More reason we need to see the pants.
I think he's, I don't know. I love how he
show us your pants.
This is how he's protecting the city. I'm sorry. This guy's Dudley Do-Right. And I tried to take the side of the cop in the, I try to err on the side of, hey, it's a tough job. There's a lot going on there. But dude, the more this guy speaks and the more you read about this, dude, this guy,
he's a boob.
He's a boob.
Okay.
By the way, I have a list of the SEC and the Big Ten, and I will say that the Pac-12s, I think, is the best.
Okay, so if you're just flipping on the program, John Wilner's top 10 list of best Pac-12 greatest Pac-12 athletes, and he was not doing it just off of athletic achievement.
Yeah.
You know, he had Pat Tillman on there and Jackie Robinson, so it was more than that. But the top 5 were Jackie, Bill Walton, Tiger Woods, Barry Bonds, and Kareem.
Yeah. I feel like that it's better than what...
So what do we got?
So the Big Tens, And again, these are just lists that other people had put together. But the Big Ten they did an icon bobblehead kind of thing where they put together what they thought was the 50 best athletes to ever go through there. Dave Winfield, by the way, was their number one.
Okay.
Dave Winfield, by the way, we know about baseball. Do you realize he was drafted by the NBA and into the NFL? And
they said he could have played all three pretty easily.
Could have played all three.
Awesome.
So they went with Dave Winfield. Jesse Owens, obviously. Archie Griffin, 2 Heisman trophies. They did Red Grange, Dick Butkus, Mark Spitz, who before...
None of this is impressive. Not even close to Pac-12.
No, you're not. Yeah, all right.
Well, Jack Nicklaus should be on there before.
He is. Well, Jack's on there. Magic's on there. Jerry Lucas is on there. And then we get into like Charles Woodson, Drew Brees. You're not.
They didn't even mention Tom Brady.
You're not feeling it.
No.
Well, because they went with Tom Brady wasn't very good at Michigan.
Oh, I see.
So
yeah,
Tom Brady went on to great success, but Tom Brady was not a great Michigan quarterback.
True.
These two lists are basically what you did in college.
Okay, well it's a little different than what Wilner was doing, but let's roll with it anyway.
And the SEC is just heavy football.
Well, it's gonna be Tebow.
Well, Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
Livy Dunn.
They go Bo Jackson. They go Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
Pete Maravich.
Ooh.
Do Shaq.
We have to take Herschel off now, don't we?
He was good. Shemiko Holtzclaw at Tennessee. Bernard King. Rowdy Gaines, who was an Auburn swimmer.
Chris Gaines?
Chris Gaines.
Rowdy Gaines?
Rowdy Gaines.
What is that?
He's not on any list.
Get him out of there. God.
You know what? I think he's the. You know who
What do you guys think? Rowdy Gaines or Jackie Robinson?
No, Rowdy Gaines is the color commentator when you watch Olympic swimming. That is
blows it away.
I think from those two that we looked at, it's an impressive list all around, but I think the Pac-12s is better. Especially going 1, 2, 3. We go in whatever you want to put. Jackie, Bill Walton, and Kareem. That's
Tiger.
Yeah, Tiger.
Oh, and Barry Bonds.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Get out of here.
It's pretty good.
Not even close.
Pretty good.
And yet the conference is folding.
Well, it didn't. It's not folding.
We think
it's folded. It's dead.
It's over.
It's not dead.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's over.
Dude, I poked it with a stick. It's dead.
Oregon State, Washington State could still add the Mountain West schools, and it could be the Pac-12 or the Pac-12.
It's the Pac-12.
If they reorganize, they should call it the Pac-12. Like, we're back.
Well, look, sometimes you poke something with a stick and you think it's dead, but it's not. Look, I've long been a proponent of poking stuff with sticks. That doesn't mean that that's a foolproof way of determining. You imagine if that's the way they did in the hospital. They're like, doctor, we don't think he's going to make it. He's like, hold on. And he breaks out like a medical stick. Something, maybe a little nicer than my standard wooden friend. And he pokes you at the hospital. You don't move. You're like, he's dead.
All right. That's enough of sports talk.
Sports.
For a day. Coming up next, how Suk should have handled that famous jaywalking ticket he once received.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't handle it like this guy.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I had been Scottie Scheffler, things may have been a little bit different. Because I would have pulled the, do you know who the hell I am?
He didn't.
No, he didn't.
Never said that one.
But you know what?
That's a good point. I never thought about that. When he was talking to that cop, he never said that one time.
No.
He could have easily said, dude,
Come on, dude.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm Scottie Scheffler.
I'm trying to get in.
I'm probably going to win this golf tournament.
Yeah.
People have pointed out that if there was ever a time to use the privilege hammer of like who I am, that was it.
Right. And he didn't.
Do you think it would have worked if I had been like, do you know that I am the backup to the backup of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers starting center?
But the
Are
other
you
thing
aware of that?
Is based on the audio from that second police officer, I don't think that guy would have cared who he was. He was gonna give. He was like, you should have been paying attention to the authority of the security anyway.
Well, here's the thing: has that ever worked on a cop? A cop is never, ever going to say, "Oh, you're right. I'm sorry."
Yeah.
Come on, too much ego involved.
It also doesn't work when you're heavily intoxicated. That.
So we'll get to that.
When you're drunk, I think no matter what you say, it's only digging you.
They don't want to hear who you are.
No.
They really don't care. They're protecting and serving.
Yeah, protecting and serving Ybor City from the evils of me walking across the street to a different bar.
There are rules, sir. So we'll get to that to kick off the club coming up next on The Fan.
Big Souk here for the Big Ford store, Vancouver Ford. Locally owned and #1 in customer service for, get this, the 7th straight year. Their certified staff is ready to get you in the ride you're looking for. Vancouver Ford isn't just my hometown dealer, it's the dealer I send my family and friends to because I know they're going to be well taken care of and you won't find a better deal, period. Vancouver Ford is proud to represent my hometown and I'm proud to stand behind them. Find them right off Andreessen at SR 500 in the heart of Clark County or online at vancouverford.com.
This month at Car Toys, it's all about Alpine. Find exclusive deals on receivers, speakers, amps, and more for a limited time. Choose from select Alpine Apple CarPlay Android auto receivers from $299 and get a $100 instant installation credit plus free speakers. Take up to 20% off Alpine speakers and subs. Save up to $150 on Alpine base packages starting at $239. Love what you drive at a store near you or cartoys.com.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Hey, it's Souk. Vulcan Design and Construction helped me turn my backyard into a true outdoor living space. Now the area I used a few times a year is my favorite place to hang out year-round. To check out their award-winning designs for yourself or to book your free consultation,
I mean,
yeah, it's just not.
That is an irreplaceable man.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, if you were to name the most irreplaceable humans on Earth, isn't he in the top 5?
He's near the top of the list. There's just some bands that cease to exist, and Freddie's one of those. Because I also saw Queen with, who's the lead singer from Bad Company? Why can't I think of
Roger Daltrey? Daltrey was with him for a while, wasn't he?
No,
Paul Rogers?
He's the Paul Rogers.
Paul Rogers. There you go.
Roger, the other guy's
not
from The
Daltrey.
Who.
Yeah.
Paul Rogers, and that was cool because they would come out and they would do like 7 or 8 Bad Company songs, and then they just went into Queen, and then they did Queen. So it was like you got a mixture of both, and he's good. He's a great singer, but again, it's not Queen. And Lambert, dare I say, I thought Lambert probably put on a better show than Paul Rogers, but I've never once thought that I was watching Queen. I'm just, I don't know, it's not. But like Bon Scott was replaced by Brian Johnson. For a lot of people, AC/DC's fine. Like, yeah, there'll always be Bon Scott people, but AC/DC was tremendously popular with Brian Johnson. Van Halen did it with Sammy Hagar. Not the same, but obviously very, very successful. Journey has managed to exist all these years with the Filipino guy, whose name I can't even remember. But then there's others that, like you said, it just it doesn't work. Like when James Hetfield dies, Metallica dies. I refuse to see Metallica with a different lead. James Hetfield is Metallica. And I know it's James and Lars, but when James is no longer singing, Metallica ceases to exist. I don't want to see Metallica with Steven Tyler. No.
The name you're looking for is Arnel Pineda. He is the lead singer of Journey.
Yeah, and he's now been the lead singer longer than Steve Perry was. And it's still weird. It's still weird. It's
just different.
It's different. It's weird. Different. But they do all the, like, there's no songs with, what's his name?
His name's Arnel Pineda.
Name one song that he did with the band. Every song they sing in concert is a Steve Perry song.
Do they? Well, but I don't think they make new music.
Well, isn't that
since Steve's gone? Right?
Isn't that kind of the? And I know
he tour.
And I know he didn't write all the songs, but as far as I know, Journey hasn't put out anything new with the new guy.
Well, have Queen and Lambert, or are they just playing Queen?
I think
they just play Queen.
Yeah,
songs.
they just come on, man. That's what I'd do if I were them.
Yeah, you don't need
to
play
the hits.
Yeah, exactly. Like Kiss doesn't need to put out new music. Well, there's a difference between bands and then just tour and make a bunch of money.
Right.
Pearl Jam keeps putting out albums. Metallica keeps putting out albums. Was it Leonard Skinner in putting out new music? They're like, dude, just play the 15 songs that people know.
Play Freebird.
Yeah, we just played it. Play it again. Roll out, get your check, and go away. Yeah, Van Halen without Eddie? Like, no.
All right, I've got Jaywalking ticket news that I think you will appreciate.
Is it wrong that I can't let go of that ticket? And that was like 2002.
Some things stick with us.
It's a little, yes. I mean, I don't think it's wrong, but if I, as your therapist, I advise you to let that go.
I can't. To this day, if I saw that officer, I would give him the finger. I really would.
Ooh, you already show him. 22 years later.
You'd be like, what?
Huh?
Would you flick his ear too?
You think he remembers writing me that ticket? Because it's the most unjust ticket of all time.
You didn't make a huge scene about it either, right? So probably not.
Oh, I made a scene about it. That's when he threatened to arrest me and I shut up.
But do you think he's done that a bunch of times with a bunch of other people?
He doesn't. There's no way that guy remembers writing Sook a jaywalking ticket. No chance.
Find me another ticket that that it did not. What would you say? The punishment did not fit the crime. $300 for walking across the street. That's what I got. Walking across the street.
You didn't just walk across the street.
I walked across the street.
You jaywalked across the street.
I walked across. That's what I did. I walked across the street. By the way, in an area where regular cars can't go. Only cabs. Cabs and like scooters. You couldn't even drive your car.
Well, it's unlawful.
That's what, for $300?
As soon as people cross that street all willy-nilly, cabs are hitting people, we can't have it.
That's right. And before you know it, We're communists.
To this is why I can't let it go. We bring it up and it still eats at me that I got that and I'm fine. You write me the ticket, sure. $40?
Well, I'll tell you what.
25?
The story I'm about to tell you, it ate at that guy too.
Yes, I'm with him. I'm siding. I don't even know the story, and I'm siding with him.
All right, that's next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Window Nation brings you the window into the Fan. On-demand YouTube video shorts with your favorite fan shows and hosts. The window into the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation. Get 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com. Watch Window Nation's Window into the Fan every day on YouTube with 1080.
Peekaboo!
The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
It is slow on both directions of 217. Construction again this evening between Beaverton and Tigard, and it is jam solid, particularly southbound. Northbound 5 is backed up from South Portland all the way to the Interstate Bridge. I'm Casey. That's traffic.
This traffic report brought to you by
officer's lawyer called a cyber campaign of hate and revenge against the officer, his wife, and his daughter.
Already siding with the guy. I think he's justified no matter
Give
what
me
he
that
did.
ticket, make your life a living hell.
By the way, let me point out, I just saw his ticket, $196. Outrageous, still $104 cheaper than my horse
So
ticket.
you've got right to be at least 50% madder than him.
I should have started an online campaign of harassment against my stupid
It's never too late.
officer.
So the officer is suing Spatafor and the hospital for, among other things, invasion of privacy, negligent infliction of emotional distress, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligent supervision of an employee.
Ooh.
He is seeking $5.5 million.
Oh my God.
For himself, $5.5 million for his wife, and $5.5 million for his daughter.
Dude, these figures are stupid.
Dude's looking for like $16 million bucks.
There's no way that guy caused you that much of a headache. No headaches worth $16 million.
I'm intrigued by now what this guy did. I'm inclined to think it was a John Christopher something.
Spatafor.
Guy's my hero.
So a few days after writing the jaywalking ticket to Spatafor, the officer began receiving password reset codes indicating someone was trying to hack his email. The attempts continued at least 10 more times over the next several days. Then the phone calls, emails, and text messages began. He unleashed thousands of information requests to car dealers, solar companies, and retailers. In one day, the officer received 100 text messages to his phone. Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Maserati dealerships started to deluge John, the officer's pseudonym, with calls responding to your requests concerning online orders and online inquiries that he, of course, never made.
I love everything about this, by the way.
This sounds like you.
This does. I'm upset that, one, I don't think these things were available to me in 2002, but I'm also upset that I didn't think about this. This is fantastic.
Further, there were also indications of attempted intrusion into the cop's wireless internet, which suggested that Spatafor lurked outside his home at all hours of the day and night to hack into his wireless internet and was within the short radius of the wireless internet's reach.
Okay, that's a little creepy, but how does he know this? How do you know that it was him that was trying to get it? Could it just be a neighbor that was trying to steal your Wi-Fi? Like, some of this seems a bit precious to me that we know that all of this is due to this one guy.
And there's more. Spatafor then filed a false police report accusing the officer of being involved in a hit and run.
Well, you can't do that.
He
All right,
writes...
we may have gone a bit too far.
Now you're just making stuff up, sir.
That's where I'm... Look, I'm not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but this may be a bridge too far.
So Spatafor, in the narrative portion of the police report, wrote, police motorcycle riding on sidewalk without lights or sirens appeared intoxicated on drugs, all while laughing aloud. An investigation into the incident found that it did not happen. And a search warrant later revealed the online report was tied to this guy's IP address at the hospital. What a moron.
Yeah, it's a bit... Can't do that.
So then he files a second false report, this time alleging the officer's wife was the victim of domestic violence. He also told police the officer's sister-in-law had photographic evidence of the abuse, although an investigation found the report to be false. Apparently it took a toll on the couple, and it humiliated them, and now they're suing.
Look, I don't like where this went. I thought we started out great, and I feel like we've gone down a wrong path. Doesn't justify a $196 jaywalking ticket, but it's a bit much.
There's more.
Oh boy, it gets worse.
The officer and his wife received a message indicating their personal computer's camera had been hacked, and the hacker had compromising videos of them that he threatened to release unless his demands were met.
He's going Aaron Andrews like blackmail now?
That's right.
My God. What would have happened had he gotten my $300 ticket? Holy crap. Like,
by the way, if you got that message
yeah,
about your computer's camera,
whatever.
I feel pretty good. Like, my wife has a computer in her office room. I guess I have a laptop that the company gives us, but I never use it.
Yeah.
So I have an iPad. So maybe if they said your iPad camera was...
Sure.
I can guarantee you don't have anything.
Well, like...
There's nothing on it.
Exactly. Like, what do you...
Me sitting there prepping for the show?
Yeah, what do you...
We're not... My wife and I aren't having sex on that thing.
Yeah, you're not having sex in front of your home computer's camera. You film it with your phone like a normal person. The worst thing you're going to find on there is like, what? You're going to find someone watching some porn?
Or like,
you're going to find out that I like Wonder Woman? It's like, all right, deal with it.
Set up in your bedroom and people are walking out of the shower just because it's in view or something. I don't know.
Still, by the way, you can't hack people's cameras.
No, that's very much a breach of
Well, he
privacy.
didn't. He just was
threatening
that.
But I think he would have if he could have.
Yeah, probably. He sounds insane.
Yeah, it's a bit... I don't like this. I was totally on board, and we've...
Do you like this portion? There's more, by the way. Do you like this portion where he... Spatafor apparently tried to get the officers' water and trash service turned off on Thanksgiving?
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, I'm not going to lie.
Some of these are really creative.
Some of those are kind of...
I love pranks that don't cost you anything, but it cause a huge headache for somebody else.
Yeah, apparently the officer had to call the city and stop it from happening.
Like it was a prank done in fun. I've told it on this show before when we put our buddy's phone number on College Game Day, and like people didn't stop calling his phone for 2 weeks because everybody in the national audience saw it.
Yeah.
Well, when they pulled him over, they did finally arrest him. And he was only a mile from the officer's house, and he did have a loaded gun.
In
his car.
Oh, hey, oh.
Yep.
Damn it.
Oh no.
I would like to retract.
Well, my.
I'd like to retract my support of the Jaywalker. That, that really took a dark... You got a loaded gun around the guy's house?
That's right.
Oh, my God. I'm guessing the hospital fired him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Why is the hospital on board for it? Why? The hospital. Why are you suing the hospital? What do they have to do with
cop?
this? Yeah, why is the cop suing the hospital? The hospital didn't know that this jackass was doing this.
Well, because they have the money.
Yeah.
Did it say he was suing the hospital?
Yeah.
Is that what it said?
Isn't that what they said? He was suing the... I thought he was suing the hospital.
I don't know.
Maybe I was wrong.
I'm trying to go back in the story now.
Yeah, because he doesn't have $15 million.
Right.
So maybe that's why. Maybe I'm just making the assumption that he's suing the hospital.
Yeah, no, he just says the officer is seeking no less than $5.5 million each for himself, his wife, and his daughter. Punitive damages to be determined by a jury at a trial.
And by the way,
so they're going to trial.
This is horrific, but $15 million. Come on.
Yeah. Well, you got to ask for a lot, and then you get, he'll get a. What do you think he gets? He'll get something out of this.
I would think there'll be a settlement. I wonder if I can sue.
Also, what is this guy? What kind of money is he actually going to have that he can fork over? He's not going to have $15 million, is he? This guy fighting the ticket?
No. Well, apparently he didn't have $194 to write the.
Well, I mean, I would imagine you had $300. That wasn't the issue.
It's the principle of the thing.
Right.
Principle.
All right.
Although someone did chime in with possibly a more, because I've said for years that's the most unjust ticket that's ever been written.
This was bad.
There was a guy who may have it's right on par. He said he got a ticket going to work for rolling through a stop sign in his neighborhood at 6 a.m. when there was no one around for rolling through. And the best part, he rolled through on his bicycle. He was riding his bike to work. The only person in the neighborhood was a cop, and on a bike you are required to stop at a stop sign. You can't blow through it. He said he had slowed down.
He said he even stopped.
He just said he didn't come to a full stop. He rolled through a stop sign at 6 a.m, and the only one out at 6 a.m. in his neighborhood was the cop that was parked, and the cop wrote him a $250 ticket, and he said there was no fighting.
This guy thought it was a stop, and the cop told him you have to put your foot down and have it touch the ground for it to be a stop.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a bad ticket. Now, why does a cop, what is he doing?
Being an ass.
That's, I think, this guy's point.
No,
just waiting for this dude.
I had that in my neighborhood once where we got a lot of rolling stops where we live.
Yeah.
And it drives the missus crazy.
Yes.
Like, she gets so pissed. And so I think the neighbors complained enough that a cop was once sitting, waiting for people to do that because they got enough complaints about it at this particular intersection.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's what the cop was doing.
Yeah. As stated. And
by the way, when he was doing that, he pulled me over.
And you did write your ticket?
I didn't get a ticket because I live right there, but he was like, I'm, here's what I'm doing. A lot
That
of people,
would have been the ultimate irony.
I got a ticket, and I've told this one too. I got a ticket for rolling through a stop sign in my driveway. I lived in a cul-de-sac in La Center. It was like 1 a.m, and I rolled through the stop sign, turning left to go into my home. Like, I turned left into the cul-de-sac, and then immediately, there's 3 houses in the entire cul-de-sac. I'm one of them. And that dude wrote me a ticket for rolling through the stop sign in my driveway and said, you could kill someone out here. Could be kids playing. It's 1 a.m. And by the way, the only kids in the cul-de-sac are mine, and they're not in the cul-de-sac at 1 a.m. And by the way, I knew immediately when I rolled down my window I was getting that ticket. I'd shut up. That dude was on one. Probably, again, to your point, someone had complained about people rolling through stop signs in those neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Or he was upset that, I don't know, it was 1 a.m. and he was sitting in a neighborhood in La Center.
Sometimes they're cranky, man.
Yeah.
I've run into that before.
But my point is that ticket, I think, was like $75. Walking across the street, $300.
That's right. Bet you won't do that again.
You know how many times I've jaywalked since then? Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Hundreds.
You're a serial jaywalker?
Jaywalk all the time.
Dude.
All the time.
100 times?
More.
Yeah.
200 times?
More.
500 times?
Probably.
You think that ticket stopped me from jaywalking? Zero chance. I jaywalked today in Happy Valley. That's right. I'm going to do it again tomorrow.
I try not to jaywalk.
You go all the way down?
I honestly don't think about it either way.
Yeah. I look left, look right, look left, and go.
I won't go all the way down if it's way down there, but I will if it's within reason.
Well, what's within reason?
3 feet?
Exactly. You're a jaywalker too. We all are. We're all habitual jaywalkers.
I try not to jaywalk. And I also look for cops before I do it.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
Man, let's go. In fact, there's one where I do it almost on a daily basis. I walk my dog when we cross over McGilvery, which is like the main road in Vancouver where I live. And on one side of the street, there's a crosswalk. The other side does not, right? So all I have to do is cross the street and then I can go to the crosswalk. But I want to be on the side of the street that I am, because that's where I'm crossing. That's where the sidewalk is. So
none of that made any sense.
All right, so think about it. I'm walking on the right side of the road.
Okay.
And I have to cross McGilvery, which is 4 lanes.
Okay.
4 lanes, it's main road. Okay. The only part of that intersection that has a crosswalk, I would have to go from the right side of the road that I'm on. I would have to cross over to the left side of the road.
Okay.
Walk across the crosswalk, then walk across the road again to get back to the right side of the road to continue my walk.
Okay, I got you.
I never go to the crosswalk.
So what do you do?
I just walk. I double check.
Why is there no crosswalk on that side?
I don't know. There's only one on the left side of the road. And I never, ever go to the other side. I jaywalk every single day on that.
That's weird.
Every single day.
Someone's going to be sitting there next time, aren't they?
Me and my dog, we jaywalk on a day. 6 to 7 times a week, I'm jaywalking.
You know what that's going to cost you, Mr. Sakanik? $301.
It's horse crap. I have to walk across the street to walk. And by the way, it's like what? How low the road? Like 15 feet? So I got to walk 15 feet across the road to cross back? It's stupid. It's pointless. I make sure there's no cars coming. If they are, they see me in ample time. And so I just walk.
Sounds like you need to write another sternly worded email.
I do.
To your local leaders.
All these years later, jaywalking still
that's what the olds do.
The persecution of jaywalkers just pisses me off. In an entertainment district, no less.
All right. Up next, they shot the gator. Here's Buck.
Now.
a body.
A little beef jerky action, huh? Just do a little choo-choo.
Yeah. Well, it turns out this was the missing female.
Yeah.
And they killed the gator.
See, I don't like that.
But they don't know if the gator killed the woman.
Yeah, that makes sense, because all they saw was the gator chewing on her. What
they
if
don't
someone,
know.
Let me just say this. As someone who has long said, don't go on a cruise with your spouse or on a long hike, they're looking to kill you. Might I need to add marshes, bogs, and swamps? How old was this lady? Let's say you're married to an old bag, and you've had about enough of her. And you're like, hey, honey.
Doesn't say.
You want to go on a fan boat ride? And she's like, that'd be great, dear. And so you take Gertrude out on the fan boat ride, and you're like, hey, let's hang this chicken over the edge and get some hot gator action going. Next thing you know, Gert gets shoved in. How is that the gator's fault? I don't like that they kill the gator for doing gator things.
Well, yeah,
especially if you're just eating dead animal
Right,
remains, which is what a human
right.
is if they're already deceased.
I always thought they had to make sure that that was the gator that chopped her up in order to kill the gator. But they didn't even go that far. They said they don't know. They just killed the gator anyway.
No, I don't like that at all.
Not happy.
Pour some out for Harambe. By the way, that was like his 1 year anniversary just a day or two ago. Or it's not 1 year.
Harambe?
Yeah, it was like the couple
The
year
shooting of Harambe?
Yeah, like this week was the whatever anniversary. 3 years, 4 years, whenever that was the anniversary of Harambe getting gunned down for doing nothing because some little brat kid jumped in the pit and Harambe went over to see what was up and they shot him.
I will never.
Dude, you thought that was how long ago?
I don't know.
Harambe?
3, 4, 5 years. I don't know.
8 years ago yesterday.
Get right the hell out of town.
Yeah.
That was 8 years. D's out for Harambe. Huh.
I will never associate Cincinnati with anything other than Harambe.
Yeah, they murdered the poor gorilla.
Skyline chili, maybe, in Harambe.
Well, think
See,
about
the
it.
Skyline Chili thing does nothing. The first thing, when you say Cincinnati, the first thing that comes to my mind is Harambe.
Yeah. Well, way to go, city. You imprisoned that poor gorilla, and so he didn't have he was in prison, and then some bratty kid ignores all the signs, jumps into the pit. You're jumping into his prison cell. He goes over, does nothing aggressive, just goes over to the kid and is like, hey, why are you in my cell? And they shoot him? Come on. Dude, that's ridiculous. It's like $300 jaywalking tickets ridiculous. Me and Harambe, both unjustly treated. But yeah, I don't know. We don't know that this gator did anything wrong. There's some old ladies like laying in his swamp. You know, how is it his fault?
That's just a good morning for him.
Exactly.
He's like, whoa, look at this.
It's a huge come up. If she just had like a heart attack or something like that, it's
Right.
like, whoa, I stumbled on a snack.
So we have no idea. So this was in a bog?
Yeah, like a...
And all we know is she just disappeared.
I find it hard to believe. And again, we did not figure out the age.
No, it doesn't say how old she was.
Because I need to know, like, how many people are going for a walk in a marsh, in a bog?
I guess if you live in the area, maybe that's a regular thing for you.
That just seems like a convenient way to cover up someone's death.
Again, it was a bayou.
People live on bayous.
Yeah, you know. I love New Orleans. You know what I don't do when I'm down in New Orleans? Go walking around the gator swamps.
They'll also tell you down there, like, you don't go out in nature after dark around the bayou. Like, you just don't.
Well, we had that one not too long ago. Remember in Florida, that old lady? She got killed because
she tried to save her dog.
Tried to save her dog.
Yep.
Gator grabbed her little...
I'm not sure she died. Did the dog die? The dog
No, I
died.
think she did die.
No, the dog lived, I think.
Oh, she saved the dog.
I think she saved the dog,
I
but
think she
she
saved the
sacrificed
dog,
herself.
and she was an old lady. She was like in her 80s. And there's video of that. Like that, someone was recording that. Yeah, the old lady like went to fight off the gator, and the gator was like, "Cool, I'll let the dog go. You're coming with me." And he drowned her. And then of course they killed that gator. And you know,
Well, you kind of. I mean.
Yeah, you know, I get it. You know.
I mean,
would they have killed the gator if he only killed the dog though? Because that's the thing is she then approached the gator because it had the dog.
Right.
Look,
the gator tried to only eat the dog.
Yes. Look, I know that's a tough one to watch your dog get munched by a gator. But if a 10-foot or 12-foot gator grabs your dog and you're an 85-year-old woman, you gotta let that go. Again, if Brock Lesnar grabs my dog and is trying to kill it, that's between Brock and the dog at that point. I I can't intervene in that. That's God's will at that point. So we don't know now. So we just have to wait. I'm guessing.
The Gator doesn't have to wait.
No,
he's dead.
The Gator's dead. I'm going to call right now. I'm saying foul play. I don't buy it.
So you think?
And then someone killed this lady and then took her to the swamp.
Yeah. Well, it's not a bad move.
No, that's why I said I think I'm adding. I think I'm adding to my list. Troubled relationship. Don't go on a cruise. Don't go on a hike. No walks in marshes, bogs, or swamps. Right there.
I have more death news to brighten your day.
Well, that's fun. Way to end the show on a high note.
Yeah, I don't know. This one, I don't know how this keeps happening. This is a really weird one for me. So we're going to get to that to wrap up the broadcast next on The Fan.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
David Sampson, nothing personal with David Sampson. Daily and the Cavs just fired their coach. They got to the second round of the playoffs, and they took on a 64-win Celtic team, and that wasn't good enough in Cleveland. They have fired J.B. Bickerstaff.
I'm learning that right now from you. So that, to me, the first thing, I don't know what your first instinct was. It is Donovan Mitchell said, hey, I will consider staying, but I need a new coach.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop is the spot for a great night out. Always something unique on the menu for steaks, entrees, apps, and cocktails, and they're always local. 10% off in the Butcher Shop when you dine in for dinner. Laurelhurst Market, more than just your friendly neighborhood steakhouse.
Hey, I'm Brett Podolsky, co-founder of The Farmer's Dog. We make fresh food for dogs. We started the company when we saw what a huge difference it made in my own dog, Jada, when she stopped eating ultra-processed kibble and started eating fresh, whole food. The Farmer's Dog food isn't fancy. It's just real food delivered to your door in pre-portioned packs. It's better for them and easier for you.
Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/radio. That's thefarmersdog.com/radio.
This month at Car Toys, it's all about Alpine. Find exclusive deals on receivers, speakers, amps, and more for a limited time. Choose from select Alpine Apple CarPlay Android auto receivers from $299 and get a $100 instant installation credit plus free speakers. Take up to 20% off Alpine speakers and subs. Save up to $150 on Alpine base packages starting at $239. Love what you drive at a store near you or cartoys.com.
Toys, a better way to go.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It can be family or people you like.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plan starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Sue.
I'm gonna kick some butt in the traffic, truck the roads, road. I'm gonna kick some ass, I'm gonna dive, some kick little ass. Rock, slide, and eagle.
On 1080, The Fan.
Double sun power!
All right, we'll get to trash balloons tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a great story.
And look, I don't want to besmirch the dead, but in our final bit of death news here.
Feel free to besmirch.
Do you have to be dumb to get sucked into the engine of an airplane? Like, how does this keep happening? So this happened in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
It was an airline worker. Died, sucked into the engine.
I don't know if you have to be dumb, but I think you have to be ignorant. I feel the same way about train strikes. Dumb is a strong word because you can be very intelligent.
Oblivious.
You just have to be oblivious and kind of a moron.
He works at the airport.
But don't you wear those things that like muffle noise and stuff? So if you're not that's the oblivious part. If you're not paying attention, it could happen.
I think the airport thing is interesting because what happens is you're around that every day. You
get used to.
Yeah, we've all been at that where you take a small plane and you have to get off and like maybe it's the propeller or the engine and they make it very clear with painted lines and all that. You're like, hey, don't go near that. And if you've not been around that much, it's like, oh crap. But when you work around that every day, I'm guessing eventually all that stuff just, you're kind of like, whatever. Like, I'm fine. I've been around this a million times. The next thing you know, in you go.
That's why I say you
and
kind
then
of have
it's
to
like
be dumb.
Slap chop style.
If you're saying, whatever, to a jet like a airplane engine sucking you up and chopping you into pieces, you're an idiot.
But that's just human nature. If you're doing that hundreds of times or hundreds of days, and there's engines around you all the time, and you're just used to being near them but not too close to them, I can see how you get comfortable.
It's the same thing. Those stupid like snake wranglers or whatever that are dealing with like the most dangerous animals in the world, and they're like, oh, whatever. I think the more, I just, like Buck said, human nature. The more you're around something, I think the more normalized you get to it. You get careless, and the next thing you know, that happens. Now, do I feel bad for that guy? Sure. Is that his fault 100%? Absolutely. And now his family will sue, saying not enough warnings and precautions were put out there, when in reality, the dude just had his head up his ass, and now his head is literally up his ass.
Wow. Well, you have to be out of the 15-foot.
Yeah, they put a big...
whatever they call it.
Yeah, there's a big zone there.
Yeah.
By the way, not a good idea zone. Let's just call it that. And there's a bunch of warnings that tell you that.
But they say it's generally like 15 feet.
Yeah.
But I think maybe where these guys might get in trouble is it takes a bit for it to slow down.
Yeah.
As they shudder down.
So you think.
So maybe they think it's good.
Yeah.
And it's not quite yet, and then you get sucked. I don't know. I'm trying to help the guy out, but seems like an idiot.
And is that? I don't know. Is that a good way to go? Because it's just it's over quickly, right? You just.
I can't imagine that's a good way to go.
Turbine, I don't like a wood chipper.
I mean, this how quick it happens is the key piece here. If it takes 10 seconds, it's miserable. If it's one, whatever.
No, that works.
Well, would you rather be
head first?
Would you rather be sucked out of an airplane when the door plug falls off?
Oh gosh.
And fly around in your seat like the Wicked Witch of the West?
I think you pass out pretty quick because there's no oxygen up there.
Or would you rather be sucked into the airplane engine?
I'm taking the airplane engine.
Really?
I think the door plug one. I do think it's over quickly. I think the oxygen and the cold. I think it's over.
Instantly just go.
And I think that's it. But I'm still taking the jet.
Why?
Because I think that turbo. I think that's almost instantaneous. Like that thing is. I don't know how fast those turbines spin.
It's getting dropped into a wood chip or something.
I think that is literally slap chop style, where it is like one you're done. You don't even get to the 1,000. One Mississippi. You're not getting to the end of the Ippy and you're finished. Whereas that airplane one, I think it goes quick.
Do you get to the end of the S word?
I think getting sucked out, I do think you get to the end of the S word. I think the turbine, I don't. I think that's super fast. And I will always, even if it's obviously the wood chipper airplane engine, like that's a way worse scene.
But it may not be worse for you, the victim.
It's not worse for you, the victim. I think I got to go with that.
I feel like Buckley's giving him bonus primetime tonight. Are we? Should we be done yet?
Almost, about a minute. We got a little bit of a light break on the back end.
All right. I'm not happy about this.
Rob doesn't like
having to stay a minute.
Yeah, you're
longer.
used to being out of here at
I gotta go.
56 on the dot.
More death news?
Well, I have no more death news
You
for
don't
you.
have
That'll
any
be
more.
the end of the death news. But those keep happening, and I just find that it's like, come on, man.
I feel the same way about the train strikes. People keep getting hit by trains, and I'm like, how?
I feel that way about the selfie stick deaths. So people who are trying to do the selfie thing and they just fall off a crap. Like,
Well, that happens a bunch with people in trains. They're walking beside a train track, and they're trying to do the pensive, like, I'm walking and the train goes by me, and, like, their shoulder gets hit by the train, and bye.
Nope.
Would you rather get hit by a train or sucked into the engine of an airplane?
Train.
The train, you wouldn't even know, man. That's you're just
poof.
Have you ever seen the bullet train, the front of like Japanese bullet trains?
That was circulating social media like yesterday.
Have you seen what those look like?
No.
It's just, they're just bright red.
Is it a spear?
No.
What do you mean
but-
bright red?
Well,
From
birds,
hidden wildlife and stuff.
Birds, wildlife. Those things go like 200 miles an hour. So imagine like the windshield of your car, but with much larger things. I mean, they're just, the front of those things are just murder gauges. I mean, so I'll take the train, man. You don't even know. That's just over. That may be the best way to go.
Yeah, but a train, you anticipate it coming, though? You know? Like
if you wanted to kill yourself, just start sprinting at a train and see what, like Superman style. Like, ah!
Look at you laughing at suicide.
Just missed.
All right, now you're late.
All right. Well, I wanted to do more radio.
Sorry.
No, you didn't.
All right. Make sure you stay tuned for super hot programming coming up next. We're back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fake Night.
Ships of space.